The My Race Pass app is your motorsports headquarters on race night. With over 800 organizations across multiple forms of motorsports, you'll always have the information you need in the palm of your hand. Race day information with official entries, lineups, live timing and drag racing timing slips, official results, point standings, announcer audio, fantasy racing, and so much more. Don't be left in the dark on race night. Download the My Race Pass app today in Google Play and the App Store. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Well, today is specifically a pretty special day for me, considering that I served in the military for a stint of time, and I was with the 25th Infantry Division, so being out here with my family and celebrating the 250th anniversary is awesome, and we're planning to have some great racing tonight. USAC CRA and the Midgets, they always put on a good show, so looking forward to that.
You're racing the
number 20 midget, USAC midget.
Midget.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
My name's Leland Day. I'm the number 97, and I drive for the California Lightning Sprint. Racing at Santa Maria on 4th of July is pretty cool because it brings probably the biggest crowd I've seen out of all the other races I go to throughout the year, and they have an amazing fireworks show at the end of the year. And besides that, they have all these other great classes like the midgets and the CRA Sprints running with this, so it makes for quite an exciting night.
My name is Drake Hardy, and this is our car, the 17 TDR Eibach Midget, and I like it. It's a little special. I like the event. You know, everyone dressing up, being patriotic. We got our crew to wear American flag shirts, so little patriotic there. But yeah, I mean, the mission's still to get through the race and, you know, get the job done, but after it'll be cool to celebrate with maybe some fireworks or, you know, just normal 4th of July celebration.
Yeah, cool, man. Cool. Thanks. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the Santa Maria Speedway as we celebrate America's 250th birthday. We've got the Doug Fort Memorial. We've got California Lightning Sprints out on track. They're getting ready to do their hot laps / qualifying sessions. So it's group qualifying for the California Lightning Sprint Cars. We've got the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Cars. We've got the Western State Midgets and mini stocks, all four divisions here for the Doug Fort Memorial at Santa Maria Speedway. Happy birthday, USA! As we celebrate 250 years, we've got our first four cars out on track. For qualifying, we got the 13X of Aiden Lang out of Lakewood, California. The Langford Farms Coops Custom Guitars, spirited by Brad, number 13X Machine. Right behind him, out of Bakersfield, California, that is the Day Motorsports Coffee Manufacturing entry. That is Leland Day. And also out there, it looks like we got the 48W. That is the 48W of Tyler Warner at Alpine, California. The Ironwoods Off-Road Bommel Construction United Rental Ron Racing Products Western Concrete number 48W for Tyler Warner. The 44 machine, that is Braden Cawley. And the BK Wings Key Brothers SGR Troy Dirt Victory GRP number 44 for Braden Cawley. And those are the first four cars out here for session number 1 for the California Lightning Sprint Cars. So far for the California Lightning Points Series, the 2026 championship. Jeff Dyer's in the lead with 790 points. Tyler Warner sitting second with 725 points. So good, sizable lead for Jeff Dyer in the points championship standing so far. Aiden Lang sitting third in points over Liam Coffey and Cody Nye, rounding out your top 5 so far for the 2026 CLS Points Championship standings. So just ironing out the rest of the bugs as we get ready to go here for our qualifying efforts here at Santa Maria Speedway. You can see right now we got timing and scoring, making sure we have all of our I's dotted and T's crossed before we get into this qualifying effort for California Lightning Sprint Car Racing action. So top qualifiers for the California Lightning Sprint Cars is Drake Carty. He's got one. Aiden Lang's got one. Jeff Dyer, Grant Sexton, and Bobby McNovich. All 5 drivers, only with one top qualifying effort so far for the season. Heat race is another story. Jeff Dyer, he's got 4 heat race wins. Next closest is Brent Sexton with 2. Got a lot of other drivers with just 1 heat race win. John Roberts, AJ Bender, David Taft, Tyler Warner, Shane Sexton, Peter Binker, and Cody Nye. Jeff Dyer's got 2 main event victories so far here in 2026 with the Motor City Buick GMC California Lightning Sprint Cars. And the following just with 1 win with David Taft, Cody Nye, Grant Sexton, Bobby McNovich, and Aiden Lang. So it looks like we're about to clear the track and get ready to get underway for the single car qualifying. Make it group qualifying. We're going to have 2 groups of single car qualifying with the Western States Midgets and the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car Series. They will have single car qualifying. It's group qualifying for the California Lightning Sprint Cars. A great show, great open wheel show with a mix-in of the mini stocks for the Doug Fort Memorial here at the Santa Maria Speedway as we come to the green flag. Going to the green on the 13 of Aiden Lang. Lang's going to lead them around here for lap number 1. We'll see what the time's going to be for the first lap of group qualifying. Aiden Lang, Braden Cawley right now is your top qualifier. Aiden Lang sitting P2, Tyler Warner, Leland Day, and Azate Legend. Best lap 14.314 for Braden Cawley as we come out to the white flag. Best lap for Aiden Lang was the last time by to go to the top spot with a 14.037. 14.043 for Braden Cawley. Tyler Warner 14.687. And Leland Day with a 15.343. Checker flag is in the air. That's going to do it here for group number 1. Can Aiden Lang hold on to it? He will do so. Top qualifier. Aiden Lang, 14.037. Driving the 13X machine. So Great job for Braden Cawley coming home in number 2 spot with a 14.043. These cars are knocking on the door of a 13-second lap. That's blazing fast around the Santa Maria Speedway. Track prep on point once again, thanks to Robbie Claiborne. Getting everything all dialed in here as we are live on Flow Racing and on John Kenny Live for the California Lightning Sprint and mini stock portions. All the sprint car racing action you're going to catch live on Flow. So make sure if you are wanting to check that out, you can check it out live on Flow Racing. As we cut into group number 2, looks like we got the 3F. That's Grant Sexton out of Lakeside, California. Shingle Springs, out of Miwok, Indian, number 3F machine for Grant Sexton. The 44, that's the 44X of Brent Sexton. The Sexton Fire Protection, number 44X. The 42 of John Roberts out of Torrance, California. R&R Racing, Dave Miller, WFO Industries machine. As we got one pulling down to the infield, Grant Sexton. So hopefully, just something minor for Grant, as now we're left with 2. 44X of Brent Sexton and the 42 of John Roberts. Time to beat Aiden Lang's 14.037. See what they could do. Looks like it might be a little bit greasy right through the middle of turn number 4. Check them out off turn at number 4. White flag here, one more time around here for group number 2. Brent Sexton up to P4 with a 14.618. 14.618 for Brent Sexton. John Robertson, 14.344, finds his way up to the number 3 spot. As we come to the final lap here for group number 2. Aiden Lang will hold on to that top spot for now with that 14.037. Braden Cawley, 14.043. And a 14.344 for John Robertson. Next group coming to the track, the 45. That is Cody Nye out of Camarillo, California. The Pinky Tire. Corey Kruzman's Driving School. TJ Forged Race Gear, number 45 for Cody Nye. And the number 4 of Jeff Dyer out of Yucca Valley. And the Dyer haircuts by Susie Amsoil, Joe Boo Racing, Cal Sun Racing, Alki D, number 4 for Jeff Dyer. Jeff Dyer, that is your 2026 point champion as of right now. As we come to the green flag here for the third and final session for the California Lightning Sprint Cars. Time to beat Aiden Lang, 14.037. Try to get the lap times here for Cody Nye in that 45 machine, the Pinkies Racing entry. Cody Nye right now, P6, 14.623 there on lap number 1. Fastest lap so far for the 45 machine. Cody Nye always one to watch. And Jeff Dyer up to P3, 14.084, 14.084 for Jeff Dyer. Jeff Dyer goes to the top, 13.713. Out of the number 4 machine down that back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Jeff Dyer looking for his second TQ of the season. White flag in the air one more time around here for the third and final group of the California Lightning Sprint Car. Group qualifying. It's Doug Fort Memorial. Santa Maria Speedway coming to the checker flag off a turn at number 4. He already has it. Can he improve? He will not do so, but Jeff Dyer picks up the TQ, 13.713. Cody Nye comes home second. And qualifying. Aiden Lang in the number 3 spot. Braden Cawley, John Robertson rounding out your top 5. And that will do it for qualifying efforts here for the California Lightning Sprint Car Series. And just like that, it looks like we are going to turn it back over to the USAC Midgets, the Western State Midgets. Most recent winner just a couple of weeks ago here at the Santa Maria Speedway was Drake Carty in his beautiful iBox Spring number 17 machine. We got a word with Drake a little earlier before we got started here tonight. We'll run that up for you guys as we get the first group out here for their hot lap session. So this is how it's going to work. They're going to hot lap, and then they will get right into that single car qualifying, and then followed by the mini stocks in their hot laps. And then after the mini stock hot laps, we'll get into the CRA 410 Sprint Car Series. So take a brief little moment as we get pushed off here for hot lap session number 1 for the Western State Midgets. So as we stand by, we get ready for hot lap session number 1. Tonight's hard charger bonus, courtesy of LaFawn Photography. Steve LaFawn offering $150 cash bonus to the hard charger for the USAC CRA Sprint Car main event. The 35th LaFawn Jar of Change bonuses at the Western Worlds. He's collecting money once again to give out to the hard chargers at the Western Worlds here in 2026. Continuing a 35-year tradition, the photographer Steve LaFawn has announced his LaFawn Jar of Change to the hard chargers for the 59th Western World Championships. This prestigious race will be held at the Central Arizona Raceway on October 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. They have already raised over $3,933, and all those funds going to the hard chargers for that 3-day event at Central Arizona Raceway. So they'll be walking around later tonight. You can have an opportunity to drop some change in that jar. That's always looking forward to some loose change in your pockets. Just like that, with all the support of the fans, Mr. LaFawn has raised nearly $4,000. He's raised over $32,000 through the years. Doing these for the drivers just out of the warmth of his heart. So if you see him walking around, see a couple of guys walking around with some jars of change, make sure you throw a couple of pennies, nickels, dimes, whatever you got to help support the cause as we get into a hot lap session at number 1. session number 1 out of Mesa, Arizona. It's Gary DeWitt in the 29A machine out of Bakersfield, California. The current asphalt's factory QRC 4Y. That is Jet Yantis. The 14 of William Colley. Also out there, Shannon McQueen in the McQueen Racing number 7 machine. Link chassis for Shannon McQueen out of Tashby, California. Adam Weisberg, the 15X out of Santa Clarita, California. And the 29, that's the 29A of Gary DeWitt. Those are the drivers out here for session number 1. Jet Yantis already going quick, the 14.105. Shannon McQueen second in speed of Ron Hazelton. That's the 15 of Ron Hazelton. Adam Weisberg, the 15X, and Braden Colley, and the 14. 13th second lap. Jet Yantis. Jet Yantis, the car down the back straight into turns 3 and 4. Jet looks like he's doing a fantastic job. You can tell a different kind of track prep here for the Doug Fort Memorial. Try to open up multiple grooves of racing. Back nice and tight right through the middle. The bottoms got some character to it a little early. Still smooth, but looks very, very hooked up. So we'll see what that develops as we have a beautiful surface once again. Jet Yantis still out front. His second lap was his quick lap of a 13.675. 13.675 for Jet Yantis. Shannon McQueen with his 14.351. And Braden Colley here, DeWitt and Adam Weisberg rounding out the top 5 in speed. White flag going in the air one more time around here for group number 1. Western States Midgets here at the Santa Maria Speedway. 11 cars through the back gates. Doug Fort Memorial celebrating 250 years. America's birthday. Doug Fort Memorial. And happy birthday, Lindsay Webb. All kinds of great things happening here tonight. And that'll do it for session number 1. Jet Yantis holding on the fast lap with a 13.675. Only car in the 13-second bracket. That's the same speed as the California Lightning Sprint Cars. It's a little bit different power. And you slap the wing on it. Man, those California Lightning Sprint Cars are really, really fast. But Jet Yantis dipping down, the fastest car on track so far. 13.675. 13.675 for Jet Yantis. Shannon McQueen out of Tashby, California, going second in her session with a 14.351. A 15.601 for Braden Colley. 15.745 for Gary DeWitt. And Adam Weisberg rounding out your top 5 right now with a 15.842. That'll take us into group number 2. Drake Carty, the number 17 machine. He is our most recent winner in the IBOC Racing number 17 entry. He'll be here in session number 2 with Brody Graham, the number 66 machine. Randy Pankratz out of Ventura, California. Driving the 8th entry, C.J. Sarna, a veteran driver. Driving the number 20 machine. Sarna Racing number 20 entry. And Haley Lambert driving the double nickel, the 55. So Randy Pankratz actually out of Atascadero, California. Haley's out of Oxnard, 55. That is Haley Lambert. As we've got 3 of the 4 pushed off here for session number 1. Brody Graham, the number 66 machine out of Bakersfield, California. Brody Graham's always one to watch himself. Jet Yantis in at 17 of Drake Carty, the young guns, the stars of the Western States Midgets. Randy Pankratz and 7 of Shannon McQueen might be our veteran drivers. The 2 lady drivers with the Western States Midgets. You can see them all over the country. You can see them running everywhere. Randy Pankratz and Shannon McQueen. Shannon goes back and runs the Chili Bowl each and every year. You can see the drivers down there working on those hot rods in the hot lane as they get ready. Or single car qualifying. We'll get right into that right after this final group of hot lap sessions. With Brody Graham, Randy Pankratz, C.J. Sarna, Haley Lambert, and Drake Carty as we come to the green flag here for session number 2. Group number 2 out on track. We'll see if we get some live timing and scoring. Shannon Queen and Jet Yantis. Jet Yantis and Shannon Queen still 1 and 2. Brody Graham coming up to P3. As you can see, there's all kinds of traction going into turn number 3. These cars are really going to have to watch. They have to space out that right rear. Tighten or free those cars up and be able to get through the tacky track conditions here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Still nice and smooth. It's just really hooked up. As we come to the checkered flag, final lap here for session at number 2. That'll do it. Catching all the action here on Flow Racing for the Western States Midgets. Just like that, just take a little pause in the action, just briefly, as it looks like we have Gary DeWitt, the number 29 machine, will be our first car out for single car qualifying, followed by Jet Yantis, Ron Hazelton, Adam Weisberg, Braden Cawley, and Shannon McQueen. That'll be your first 6 drivers here for single car qualifying for the Western States Midgets here at Santa Maria Speedway.
Race Pass app is your motorsports headquarters on race night. With over 800 organizations across multiple forms of motorsports.
He's working. And the number 15 machine. Sounds like might have some power plant issues for Hazleton as of right now. Lap number 1 for Hazleton. 16.044, 16.044 for Hazleton there on lap number 1. He's going to need a little bit more ponies underneath the hood to run with these boys here at Santa Maria Speedway here. Lap number 2, 16.715, 16.715. So hopefully they will be able to make some repairs or figure out the gremlins underneath the hood for the 15 entry of Ron Hazleton. That'll take us to the 15X of Adam Weisberg. Adam Weisberg in the 15X machine. Weisberg here on the lap number 1, or coming to the green flag actually. They get about a full warm-up lap to get these cars up to speed as they get pushed off here in turn number 4. White flag in the air. As lap number 1, 15.518, 15.518. Good enough for P3 as of right now. Lap number 2 looks a little bit better, 15.035, 15.035. Lap number 2 puts him in P2 with a 15.035. Number 14, this is Braden Colley. Braden Colley is doing double duties here tonight. He's driving the number 44 Lightning Sprint and the CCR number 14 Western State Midget. So he'll be busy here tonight, running 50% of the classes here for the Doug Fort Memorial here at Santa Maria Speedway. So Braden, he gets a little bit snug, gets into the character there to turn number 3. White flag in the air. Lap number 1, 15.839, 15.839. Lap number 1 for Braden Colley. Colley looking for a little bit more speed here. Better corner entry here into turn number 3. Still gets a little bit bounced around through the middle of 3 and 4. Lap number 2, 15.423, 15.423. That puts the 14 machine up into 4th as we come to Tehachapi, California. McQueen Racing number 7. This is Shannon McQueen. Shannon McQueen coming to the green flag here in that Lynx chassis number 7 entry. Stanton SR 11X underneath the hood for Shannon McQueen. Looking good off of 2, but gets a little bit crossed up down that back straightaway. Let's see how she performs off of turn number 4. Great corner in 3 and 4. 14.060, 14.060. Shannon McQueen looking to get that top spot. She's looking a little bit quicker here on lap number 2. Can she navigate through 3 and 4? Gets a little bit snug through the center of the corner. Coming to the line here for lap number 2, 14.461, 14.461. Lap number 2 for Shannon McQueen. The Eibach Racing Springs Inland Ring number 17, Drake Carty. Drake Carty out. Seeing if he can get back-to-back wins with the Western States Midgets here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Flying that red, white, and blue out of the backside, celebrating 250 years strong here for USA. Coming to the green flag. Drake Carty, that car looks a little bit tight. You can see a lot of input, steering input to the left for the number 17 machine. Right there, bit him hard. Going into turn number 3, that's really going to hurt his time. He's got a rebound here on lap number 2. Lap 1, 14.862. 14.862, lap number 1 for Drake Carty. Much better corner entry, able to keep it down closer to the inside berm for Drake Carty. It's free off of 2, or make it free off of 4 with a 14.565. And that is lap 2 for Drake Carty. That puts Drake Carty up to P3. Now the B&B Bakersfield, California driver. This is Brody Graham, the 66 machine. Most recent winner with the Western States Midgets. This is Brody Graham. Got the W up at Merced, California. Gets the wheel stand over there in turns 1 and 2. Slaps it right back down on all fours. Trying a different line here in turns 3 and 4. White flag in the air one more time around here for the 66 of Brody Graham. Graham working off a 2. Down that back straightaway, that higher entry, kind of diamonds corner. Brody Graham here on lap number 2. 14.150, 14.150. That's good enough for P3 for Brody Graham. Out of Atascadero, California, the HASA at number 8 machine. This is Randy Pancrast. Randy Pancrast in the 8. 3 cars to qualify remaining here for single car qualifying for the Western States Midgets. Kicking it off with Randy Pancrast. See what she can do. She goes right around the bottom side here in turns 1 and 2. Tiptoeing into 3 and 4. Gets pit. Spins it around, and that's going to do it here on lap number 1 for Randy Pancrast. So she's going to have to rebound and have a 1 lap to try to see if she can better. Jet Yantis, 13.785. Once again, the only car in the 13-second bracket, Jet Yantis. Shannon McQueen second right now over Brody Graham. Drake Carty, Adam Weisberg, Gary DeWitt, Connor Spear, and Ron Hazelton. First 8 cars out to qualify for the Western State Midgets. So Pancrast getting pointed in the right direction. She'll get it fired off. And she's got to get on the horse quickly, because when she crosses the line, it will officially start lap number 2 for Randy Pancrast. So it looks like she may not refire the 8 machine, or is she trying to? There she goes. It gets fired off. Officially, that should be Randy Pancrast's second and final lap. And that'll take us to our final 2, the 55. Making the 20 will be the first one out, CJ Sarna. CJ Sarna, our veteran driver in multiple facets. He's been doing this a long time, and he's previously served in the military. So CJ Sarna, thank you for your service. Now let's lay down a quick lap. CJ Sarna in that number 20 machine. Sarna, the Sarna Motorsports number 20 entry. Fighting it a little bit in turns 1 and 2. It's going to be tough to get in the 13-second bracket. See if he can do so. 14.987, 14.984, 14.984 for CJ Sarna. Sarna trying to get a little bit more speed out of the number 20 machine. It's crossed up into turns 3 and 4. That's not going to do it. Won't be TQ speed. Let's see if he can produce a 15.224, 15.224 for CJ Sarna. Right now that puts him P5. Now the Lambert Motorsports number 55. This is Haley Lambert, our final qualifier for the Western States Midgets. After this, you can see in staging, we're going to have our mini stocks. They'll be out for their hot lap sessions, and we'll follow it and do it all over again with the group hot lap sessions, followed by the single car qualifying for the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Cars. 17 cars through the back gate. The United States Auto Club CRA 410 Sprints, as we're on lap number 1 here for Haley Lambert, final qualifier. Bouncing through 3 and 4, just a little bit coming to the white flag. So lap number 1 for Lambert. Not coming up. There it is, 16.602, 16.602. Lap number 1 for Haley. Haley right around the bottom side there to turns 3 and 4. Coming to the checkered flag. This will do it for Haley Lambert. Lap number 2. 15.571. So most improved there on lap number 2 for Haley Lambert. That puts her 9th on the field. Your top 5 looks like this. Jet Yantis will pick up your top qualifier in the 4Y machine with a 13.785. Shannon McQueen second in speed, .275 back with a 14.060. Brody Graham, Drake Carty, C.J. Sarna, Adam Weisberg, Gary DeWitt, Connor Spear, Haley Lambert, Randy Pankratz, and Ron Hazelton. Round out your 11-car field for the United States Auto Club. Western States Midgets here tonight for the Doug Fort Memorial. And just like that, we'll clear the track and get right into our mini stock hot laps.
Well, today is specifically a pretty special day for me, considering that I served in the military for a stint of time, and I was with the 25th Infantry Division, so being out here with my family and celebrating the 250th anniversary is awesome, and we're planning to have some great racing tonight. USAC CRA and the Midgets, they always put on a good show, so looking forward to that.
You're racing the
number 20 midget, USAC midget.
Midget.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
My name's Leland Day. I'm the number 97, and I drive for the California Lightning Sprint. Racing at Santa Maria and 4th of July is pretty cool because it brings probably the biggest crowd I've seen out of all the other races I go to throughout the year, and they have an amazing fireworks show at the end of the year. And besides that, they have all these other great classes like the midgets and the CRA Sprints running with this, so it makes for quite an exciting night.
My name is Drake Carty, and this is our car, the 17 TDR Ibach Midget. And it's I like it. It's a little special. I like the event. You know, everyone dressing up in patriotic. We got our crew to wear American flag shirts, so little patriotic there. But yeah, I mean, the mission's still to get through the race and, you know, get the job done, but after it'll be cool to celebrate with maybe some fireworks or, you know, just normal 4th of July celebration.
Yeah, cool, man. Thanks. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
The My Race Pass app is your motorsports headquarters on race night. With over 800 organizations across multiple forms of motorsports, you'll always have the information you need in the palm of your hand. Race day information with official entries, lineups, live timing and drag racing timing slips, official results, point standings, announcer audio, fantasy racing, and
for your mini stocks. Here for the Doug Fort Memorial here at Santa Maria Speedway. We got white flag in the air as we are getting things sorted out here with the timing and scoring. Carson Jackson, 7J machine, the 4J. That is his pops. That is Justin Jackson. Chris Gilbert's in the 02 machine, the 52. I believe that is Kelly Turner. And the 1K of Michael Lyon out of Napomo, California. The checkered flag's out. That's going to do it here for session number 1 for the mini stocks. Right now, Carson Jackson, the man to beat in that 4J machine. He is your point championship leader. That's your 2025 championship sewed up and your 2026 points championship leader so far, as now we're getting all the scoring and timing and all the good things working up here in the booth. So here we go, the 1143D of Dick Stevens out of Goleta, California. The 44 of Justin Trammell, Santa Maria driver. The 69, that is Scott Turner. The 43, a late entry out of the 43 machine. Oh, I believe that is Dick Stevens. Levi Burgett, that is the 43. Levi Burgett in that 43, flying the red, white, and blue, nice and proud right down that back straightaway. Good-looking hot rod for Burgett. So nice full track here for session number 2. Looks like some of the cars staying out from session number 1 and here in session number 2. Second and final attempt at the hot laps here for your mini stocks as we come back to the green flag. Officially going here. Try to get some lap times for you. Scott Turner, fast lap so far with a 20.004. You can really see the speed difference between the mini stocks and the other 3 divisions that we hear at the Santa Maria Speedway. Checker flags in the air. That's going to do it here for session at number 2, second and final session. That is it. So, Scott Turner, that'll be your fastest mini stock out there. That's number 69. He turned a 20-second lap, almost a 19-second lap with a 20.004. A 20.067 for Justin Jackson. Justin Trammell with a 20.271. This is not a points race for the mini stocks. This was a last-minute addition to the program. Great addition to this program. All those big tire cars. We have these nice mini stocks with the smaller tires that are able to chop up the track, if you will, and be able to run this thing back in, keep the moisture up, and the traction high for the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Cars, which you can see them in staging, and they'll be coming out next. They're going to do group qualifying, or make it group hot laps, 2 or 3 groups of hot laps, probably 3 groups of hot laps here, and then get into single car qualifying as we had 17 cars come through the back gate for the Doug Fort Memorial USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car Show here at the Santa Maria Speedway. All right, we got cars out on track, just about ready here for session number 1. Group number 1 out on track here for their hot lap sessions. Avanti Windows and Doors, USAC CRA Sprint Cars. On the Doug Fort Memorial here at Santa Maria Speedway with 1P of R.J. Johnson. Your USAC CRA point leader in the 2026 season in Sherman Chassis, Stanton Chevy, number 1P. For R.J. Johnson out of Levine, Arizona. Also out here for session number 1. We've got the 44. That is Brent Sexton. The 17V of Danny Faria Jr. The 39R of Mark Henry. Brian Whitley in the 22. The 3X of Grant Sexton. Those are the cars out here for session number 1. See if we can get some of the lap times here as we get all dialed in here for the USAC CRA portion of tonight's program. Hot lap sessions will be followed by single car qualifying. "96 different drivers have earned the Woodland Autos Display Fast Time Awards with the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Cars Series. Checker flags in the air this time by for session number 1. That will do it. See if I can get the lap times for you there. Danny Faria Jr., the 17V, 14.242. 14.242 is Collie. Almost going for an unscheduled meet with the front straightaway wall there. Track record here for the Santa Maria Speedway was last year, May 3rd, by R.J. Johnson with a 13.206. Right now, they're about 1 second off of that pace. It's a fast lap for Danny Faria Jr. with a 14.2. A 13.2 is dead flying around here at the Santa Maria Speedway. The USAC CRA from 2004 to date track record at Santa Maria Speedway was R.J. Johnson's 13.206. The Sprint Car Racing Association, back in 94 to 2004, the track record was a 13.323, set by the Flying Shoe, Ron Schoonman, in the Annie Wilkerson's number 11, back on May 14th, 1994. The CRA track record is a 13.166, set by Brad Knopfsinger, back on June 15th, 1985. So Lance Jackson with all of the wonderful stats with the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Cars Series. He has all the good stuff. It makes your boy John Kennedy look phenomenal up here with all of the 1s and 2s. He gives you all the information. 410 cubic inch V8 engines, all aluminum blocks, or all aluminum heads. Power plants for the USAC CRA Sprint Cars. Some cars run 360s. Last time here, the USAC CRA Sprint Car Series, Cade Lewis picked up the top qualifying at May Motorsports 8M machine with a 360 cubic inch power plant underneath the hood. So it can be done. Cade was the 96th TQ for the USAC CRA Sprint Car Series. 96th different driver for the Woodland Auto Display Fast Time Awards. Most fast times with the Demon, Damian Gardner with the series. 106 top qualifiers for the Demon. He got his first Fast Time Award September 17th, 2022 at Paris Auto Speedway, the Glenn Howard Classic. 88 different drivers have scored wins with the USAC CRA. Mike Kirby won the first ever USAC CRA Sprint Car race on March 6, 2004. So that's the inception of the USAC CRA. Back in 2004, Coming to the green here for session number 2. Caleb Montgomery and the number 3 machine, Drake Carty. Dylan Pereira and the 21P, the 98B of Brecken Guerrero. Vern Sweeney, the 98. The 29T of Ryan Timmons, and Brandon Wiley in the 33B. All the cars out here for session number 2. Checking the speed sheets right now. Looks like we've got Danny Ferreira still. Maria, the number 1 spot in that 17B with 14.242. R.J. Johnson, second in speed over Connor Lundy in the 97 machine. Grant Sexton, Ryan Timmons, Brian Whitley for top 6 drivers so far for USAC CRA through 2 groups. And that will do it. Looks like the track is getting tamed down just a bit with the big tires for the USAC 410 Sprint Cars series. You can see that really large right rear tire. And first car out for session number 2, the David Cry, number 3 machine. This is Caleb Montgomery. Caleb, one of the most watched drivers with the USAC CRA series on Instagram. If you've not done so, there's one heck of a follow. Make sure you follow Caleb Montgomery, your most recent winner here at the Santa Maria Speedway, the Woodland Auto Supply, number 3 machine. Cole Wakeham in the 17X here in session number 3 with Jeff Dyer, the 39. The big game hunter, Austin Williams, in the 17W in the Cammy Bell Racing number 29C out of Bakersfield, California. That is Cammy Bell. That'll be your final qualifier for the United States Auto Club CRA 410 Sprint Car Series here at the Santa Maria Speedway, the Doug Fort Memorial. Quick change, Liquid Energy, sponsorship for the 29 machine. You see, you get it pushed off. It's the final car here for session number 3, the third and final session with 17 cars. The USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car Series. The track is shaping up beautifully here. Nice and firm right through the middle. Has a little bit of character down the bottom side. There's plenty of moisture up top for multiple grooves of racing action. And it looks like we're clearing the track for the final time. And right after this, we'll get back into single car qualifying as we come to the green flag here for session number 3. Danny Faria Jr. with 14.242. So far, the fastest car on track with R.J. Johnson, Connor Lundy, and Grant Sexton. Got a couple of heavy hitters in this one, with Caleb Montgomery being one of them off the turns 3 and 4. You can see he's working that high side of David Cry Motorsports number 3. Kind of a long way around. Smooth and got a lot of grip up there. So he'll be later in the qualifying efforts. He'll be able to see where everyone is running their quick times. Might be the safest place to run right now with that good speed, but if you want the quick time, you might got to run down that lower line and tackle the tacky stuff as we come to the white flag one more time around here for hot lap session at number 3. Big game hunter, Austin Williams, going real high over there in inland rigging number 17 off of turn number 4. You see the only 2 grooves from the back tires of that inland rigging number 17 for big game hunter. That'll do it for session at number 3. Caleb Montgomery, the quickest out of that session. But P2 overall, Danny Faria Jr., 14.242, a 14.264, so 0.02 off of that quick lap pace from Faria was Caleb Montgomery, R.J. Johnson, Connor Lundy, and Cole Wakeham. Your top 5 for the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car Series here for the Doug Fort Memorial at the Santa Maria Speedway. So we are set to go for single car qualifying. Is it just my eye, but it looks like that 44 has a little bit of a camber issue with that right front. So we'll see if it's a setup deal or maybe he did take a lick to that front straightaway wall. We'll see what it may be, as we have our first driver at R.J. Johnson, your 2024-2025 USAC CRA champion, 14 career USAC CRA wins in the Petty Performance Racing, Avanti Windows and Doors, Apache Transport, Lifestyle Homes, Hugo Superfoods, RJR Suspension, Sherman Race Cars, number 1P for R.J. Johnson. RJ, that beautiful candy apple red 1P Avanti Windows and Doors Racing entry down the back straightaway here on lap number 1. He kicks off single car qualifying. Coming to the line, 14.019, 14.019, lap number 1 for R.J. Johnson. RJ right around the bottom side, keeping it around the short way around the racing surface. 13.788, 13.788. Sets the bar for R.J. Johnson. Next car out of the gate, this is Brent Sexton out of Lakeside, California, ranked 30th in the USAC CRA Points Championship standings. The Brent Sexton Fire Protection, East County Electric Works, Key Brothers Automated Interiors, Big K Fabrication, Maxim Oil, number 44S for Brent Sexton. Brent up there trying the longer way around the racing surface to see if he can prevail. But right now he's got to get the RPMs up on that 44 machine. Hold it down with 1P. 15.489, 15.489. He's 1.7 seconds off that DQ. Run from R.J. Johnson. Let's see if it'll hold up. Sexton looking a little bit quicker here into turns 3 and 4 here on lap number 2. Trying to chop some numbers off that time. Can he do so? 14.366, 14.366, lap number 2 for Brent Sexton. Next car out of the gate, he was super fast in his hot lap session, the number 17 machine out of Tipton, California. It is Danny Faria Jr., F&J Shot Trucking, J&J Spreading, Flying Walrus Express, JC Lansdome, ADCD Trucking, Ram Ag, number 17, V of the Hollywood, Danny Faria Jr. Danny Faria Jr. out of Tipton, California, had the fastest lap in the hot lap sessions, going right down to the bottom side into turns 3 and 4 on lap number 1. Lap 1, 14.450, 14.450. Lap number 1 for Danny Faria Jr. Good enough for P2 as of right now. Picking up the front wheels. Wheel stand down that back straightaway here on lap number 2. Coming to the line, 14.188, 14.188. Lap number 2 for Danny Faria Jr. Sticks him into P2. And that takes us to the number 39R machine out of Roseman, California. The Mark Henry Sponsors Needed entry. The Triple X chassis. Chevy power plant underneath the hood of a 39R for Mark Henry. Henry working with the green flag. Goes to the top side here into turns 1 and 2. Henry down that back straightaway here on lap number 1. Kind of tiptoeing his way around the 1/3 clay over here at the Santa Maria Speedway here on lap number 1. 15.770, 15.770. Lap number 1 for Mark Henry. Henry's down the back straightaway in turns 3 and 4 for the second and final time. Working off down turn number 4, checkered flag in the air. Quicker, 15.524, 15.524 for Mark Henry. Four-star number 22 machine, beautiful looking hot rod, ranked 13th in the USAC CRA point standings. He's Rookie of the Year contender. And the Brian Whitley Porter-Star Trench Shoring HP Enterprises BW Motorsports number 22 for Brian Whitley. Brian Whitley in the 22. Whitley always has beautiful looking hot rods. He gets a little bit snug up there on the top side of turns 1 and 2. A lot of traction as he backed it into turns 1 and 2. Does the same thing. Car might be a little bit on the tight side. He picked up that left front tire, lap number 1. 14.864, 14.864. Right now, good enough for P3. Big time wheel stand for Whitley in the turns 3 and 4. Hang on to it down the front straightaway, 15.226. He'll stick with lap number 1. The 14.864. And that'll take us to the number 3 machine. This is Grant Sexton. Grant Sexton. So, Grant Sexton driving the number 3 machine. Threw me for a loop there. That is Southwest Lightning Sprint Car champion back in 2021. Coming around here for lap number 1. 14.777, 14.777 for Grant Sexton. Sexton Fire Protection pulling double duties here tonight. Oh, pops out of gear, sounded like. Coming off of turn number 4. Hurts his time at 15.368. Had a good lap going right there. He shuts down, and now we're ready for Connor Lundy. Connor driving number 97, Matt Lundy, Apache Transport, Hugo Superfoods, RJR Suspension. Number 97 out of Peoria, Arizona, the Sherman Chassis. Transfer Mopar Power Plant underneath the hood of the 97 for Connor Lundy. Lundy deciding to use the bottom side of the racing surface. Had the shortest way around the racetrack. Lundy on lap number 1, 14.248, 14.248. Good enough for P3 right now for the 97 machine. He's working off a turn at number 4 here on lap number 2. 14.421, 14.421 for Grant Lundy. Out of Hilo, Hawaii, currently ranked 11th in the USAC CRA point standing. The leading Rookie of the Year contender. It is the Pineapple, Dylan Pereira. Pereira on the DRC chassis, Wilcox, 360 cubic inch power plant underneath the hood of that DPR number 21P machine. Coming to the green flag here on lap number 1. Goes to the extreme high side into turns 1 and 2. Backs it in deep here into turns 3 and 4. Coming around here for lap number 1 for the Pineapple. 15.175, 15.175 going top shelf once again in turns 1 and 2. Working down the back straightaway. Needs to find a few more tenths. Get up into the top 5. Lap 2. 14.989, 14.989. Just outside of the top 5 right now, sitting 6th on the field. And that'll take us to the Lomita, California driver driving the number 98 machine, the Rachel Guerrero, Doug's Auto Body, Bill's Jerky, Larry Mercury Contracting, Shaver Specialties, number 98 for Vern Sweeney. Vern Sweeney's been doing this a long, long time at the DRC chassis Chevy power plant underneath the hood of that number 98 machine out of Lomita, California. Takes us just past the halfway point here in single car qualifying. Lap number 1 for Sweeney, 15.970, 15.970. Vern working down that back straightaway. Backs it up, puts the right rear on the cushion, gets a little bit snug. Coming to the line here on lap number 2, 14.950. Big pickup for Vern Sweeney, 14.950. As I got it all kinds of wrong. I believe that was the 98B of Brecken Guerrero. Now we see Vern Sweeney. So Brecken Guerrero was the 98B out of Westminster, California. Sister cars for Vern Sweeney and Brecken Guerrero. So same sponsorships. Rachel Guerrero, Doug's Auto Body, Bill's Jerky, Larry Murakami Contracting. As we come to white flag lap number 1 for Vern Sweeney, 15.656. 15.656 for Sweeney. See if he can replicate the sister car of Guerrero, knock off second off his time here on lap number 2. Cannot do so. 15.510 quicker for Sweeney there on lap number 2. Puts him 10th on the field at 15.510. The 29T makes his way to the track from Pleasant Hill, California. The Dave Timmons Red Line Oil, Evergood Fine Foods, Timmons Auto Truck and RV Repair. Number 29T for Ryan Timmons. Ryan Timmons looking for a quick time here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Most recent TQ was by Cade Lewis, the main Motorsports number 8 and machine. Woodland Auto Display fast time. Right now, RJ Johnson in that top spot, 14.615 there, lap number 1. With 29T of Ryan Timmons. Lap number 2, 14.455, 14.455. Puts him to P4 as we come to the 33B out of Santa Maria, California. The hometown boy, the Smith brothers. Sandy's registration, Kittle Motorsports, California Car Sales. The Depot Bar, 33B for Brandon Wiley. Brandon Wiley right on the top side of turns 1 and 2. Follows suit here in the 3 and 4. Brandon Wiley doing several different types of racing in 2026. 14.897 there on lap number 1. 14.897 for Brandon Wiley. Tiptoeing on the top side, 3 and 4 once again here on lap number 2. 14.918. He'll stick with lap number 1 time for Brandon Wiley. Takes us to the 17W out of Yorba Linda, California. The XXX chassis one-way Chevy power plant underneath the hood of the 17W machine. The Tom and Christy Dunkel inland rigging. Maxima Racing Oils. It's the big game hunter. It is Austin Williams. Austin Williams, always one to watch in the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Cars Series in the inland rigging number 17W machine. You can see him work down that back straightaway. Back it in. Nice posture here in turns 3 and 4. Coming to the white flag. Lap number 1 for Williams. 14.852. 14.852. Putting Williams 6th overall right now. Down to the bottom side. Switching lanes here. Into 3 and 4, wrestling it down that front straightaway. 14.601, 14.601 for Austin Williams. That puts Williams up into the top 5, sitting P5 for the 17W machine. Take us to the 39 out of Yucca Valley, California. The Cal Sun Racing Specialty Fasteners. Dependable machine, Justice Brothers, number 39 for Jeff Dyer. Jeff Dyer in the 39 machine. Spike chassis for Dyer. Another Chevy power plant underneath the hood of the 39 machine out of Yucca Valley, California. California Lightning Sprint Car feature winner, the 2023 Southwest Lightning Sprint champion. Currently sitting 40th in the points standings for the USAC CRA Series. 15.786 here on lap number 1, 15.786. Lap 1 for Jeff Dyer. Jeff having to really get out of the loud pedal on the top side. It turns 3 and 4, 15.806 there on lap number 2. Next car to the track, another beautiful number 17 machine. This is 17X out of Simi Valley, California. The DRC chassis, Tom and Christy Dunkel. Inland rigging, Maxim Oils, Kaiser Wheels, BR Motorsports. 17X for Cole Wakeham. Cole Wakeham, hang on to it, sending it off tape, and it turns 3 and 4, coming to the green flag here on lap number 1. Of his single car qualifying effort. You can tell he wants it. Cole trying to wrap up the RPMs down that back straightaway. Now he switches lanes down to the bottom side, gets all kinds of snug on the tight stuff. Going into turn number 3, white flag in the air one more time around, a 14.735, lap number 1 for Cole Wakeham. Wakeham down that back straightaway. Hits his marks a little bit better there into turns 3 and 4. This time by with a 14.708, 14.708, lap number 2 for Cole Wakeham. Sits him in P6. The fan favorite out of Templeton, California, has 2 USAC CRA wins. They come in right here at his home track at Santa Maria Speedway. The Montgomery family, David Cry, Woodland Auto Display, ABI Engineering, Luxton FG3, number 3 for Caleb Montgomery. Caleb Montgomery in the Woodland Auto Display, number 3 machine. Looking for the Woodland Auto Display top qualifying effort here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Lap number 1, 14.420, 14.420. Puts Montgomery up to P4. He's got to hustle it if he's going to get a 13-second lap. Danny Faria Jr., the only car to that point. That's not going to do it off of turn number 4, 14.715. For Caleb Montgomery, he'll stick with lap number 1. Puts him in P4 overall, 14.420. Final car to the grid. First single car qualifying with the USAC CRA Sprint Car Series. The Tim Bell Quick Change Liquid Energy Drink, Two Girls Garage, HNS Body Works, AR Creation Truck Works, number 29C out of Bakersfield, California. It's Cammie Bell. Cammie Bell, I believe this is the 3rd season with the USAC Series. She's working right through the middle of turns 3 and 4. Cammie coming to the line here on lap number 1. 16.903, 16.903, lap number 1 for Cammie Bell. Cammie now tiptoeing around the bottom side here into 3 and 4 for the final time, coming off of turn number 4. Final car, final lap of qualifying. She clicks off a 15.670, 15.670. She knocks a second off her time and puts her 17th on the field. But your Woodland Auto Display quick time goes to R.J. Johnson, 13.788. Danny Faria Jr., second with a 14.188. Connor Lundy, Caleb Montgomery, Ryan Timmons rounds out your top 5. Then you pick up the big game hunter, Austin Williams, Cole Wakeham, Grant Sexton, Brian Whitley, Brandon Wiley, Brecken Guerrero, Dylan Pereira, Brent Sexton, Brecken Guerrero in the 99B, Vern Sweeney, Mark Henry, Cammie Bell, and Jeff Dyer. Your 17 cars with the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car Series. And that will do it for our single car qualifying. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next will be our opening ceremony. So now's a perfect opportunity as these cars clear the track as we get ready and set for our opening ceremonies.
You know where to stand?
Right here, Waylon. Right here. Okay, look at. Look at. Look at. When you turn this on, make sure it's on. Don't turn it on until they announce you. What do you think? Okay.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Doug Fort Memorial here at the Santa Maria Speedway. A special night indeed, the 4th of July, celebrating 250 years of our great country. And we're going to do it here at the Santa Maria Speedway with USAC CRA 410 Sprint Cars, USAC Western States Midgets, California Lightning Sprints, and Mini Stocks. But ladies and gentlemen, before we get to all that racing action, may I ask you all to please rise. And gentlemen, remove your caps for tonight's invocation. As we gather tonight at the Santa Maria Speedway, we thank you for the opportunity to come together as racers, families, officials, sponsors, and fans. We are grateful for the Speedway, for the memories it has created, for those like Doug Fort, whose vision built this place and brought generations together through the love of racing. Tonight we also pause to recognize a special milestone, 250 years of the United States of America. We thank you for your freedoms we enjoy, for the men and women who have sacrificed to protect them, and for the blessings of living in a nation where communities can come together to celebrate traditions just like this one. Lord, we ask for your hand of protection over every driver as they strap into the race cars, every official, every member of our safety crew, and every fan filling the grandstands here tonight. Grant wisdom, patience, and respect to everyone involved so that competition is fierce, sportsmanship is strong, and everyone returns home safely. Help us remember that while trophies and victories are celebrated, the greatest victory is looking after one of another and representing the sport with honor and integrity. Bless this evening. Bless this speedway. Bless our country as we celebrate 250 years, and may all that we do bring glory to you. In your name we pray. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for a beautiful rendition from our favorite here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Ladies and gentlemen, Waylon Estes.
Hello, my name's Waylon Estes, and I'm here to sing you guys our greatest song. Happy birthday, America! Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we'd hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the wreckage struggling, the bombs bursting gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, stare does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land and the free and the of the brave.
Give it up, Santa Maria Speedway. That's Waylon Estes doing a fantastic job. And a big time shout out to all of our USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car drivers for holding our glorious flag on the front straightaway. That is a 50 by 30 flag, and doing all the things right here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Oh, we got California Lightning Sprint Car drivers down there as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have all of our cars, all of our groups, all of our drivers set up for the wonderful Doug Fort Memorial here at the Santa Maria Speedway. And we're going to do a couple of parade laps with that Bearcat-looking machine you can see on that back straightaway. And they're going to come around. This is a perfect opportunity to get some photos, a great photo op, as we have that beautiful machine celebrating 250 years of our glorious country.
The My Race Pass app is your motorsports headquarters on race night. With over 800 organizations across multiple forms of motorsports, you'll always have the information you need in the palm of your hand. Race day information with official entries, lineups, live timing and drag racing timing slips, official results, point standings, announcer audio, fantasy racing, and so much more. Don't be left in the dark on race night. Download the My Race Pass app today in Google Play and the App Store. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource. The My Race Pass app is your motorsports headquarters on race night. With over 800 organizations across multiple forms of motorsports, you'll always have the information you need in the palm of your hand. Race day information with official entries, lineups, live timing and drag racing timing slips, official results, point standings, announcer audio, fantasy racing, and so much more. Don't be left in the dark on race night. Download the My Race Pass app today in Google Play and the App Store. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
We got cars out on track. We're ready for our first heat race for the Doug Fort Memorial here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Lineup looks like this. Tyler Warner, the 48W machine. He'll be on the point here for heat race number 1 to his outside, the 42 of John Robertson. On the inside of row number 2, the 13X of Aiden Lane to his outside, the 4 of Jeff Dyer. Liam Coffey in the 48 machine is on the inside of row number 3 to his outside, the 3F of Grant Sexton. As we are set to go green flag racing off of turn number 4. Still some issues for the 3F of Grant Sexton. Grant, a very capable driver indeed, but having some motor problems underneath the hood of the 3F machine. That's no problems, though, for the 48 machine. Tyler Warner, he leads lap number 1. He goes right down in turns 1 and 2. He's got Jeff Dyer all over his backside in the 4 machine. That's your point championship leader right now, the 2026 season. Coming around here for lap number 2. Warner still in number 1 spot. Jeff Dyer sitting P2. Dyer gets a little bit tight right there coming off a turn at number 4. No harm, no foul. Keeps it moving. Battle for the number 3 spot. Aiden Lane now side by side with John Robertson over here in the turns 3 and 4. That's a great battle coming off of 4. Robertson's going to take it this time by. Still out front, a healthy lead. Oh, problems for Jeff Dyer off the pace down the front straightaway going into turn number 1. Caution flag will have to fly. Caution will fly for Jeff Dyer as he comes to a halt at the top side here in turn number 2. So get our timing and scoring sorted up here. We're having some connection issues. 48 of Tyler Warner, no doubt, out in front of the number 1 spot. John Robertson sitting P2. Aiden Lang is sitting 3rd. 5 laps down, 3 laps remaining as we will shortly be back to our regularly scheduled timing and scoring here briefly as everything updates. There you see the reset on the scoreboard. Coming to the green flag off of turn number 4. A great restart for Tyler Warner. Aiden Lang, you can see that front wing having issues for the 13X machine. The Langford Farms entry. Trying to chase down Warner in the 48 machine. It's going to have some problems keeping that nose down on the 13X, but Aiden Lang throws it in deep into turns 3 and 4. He's going to take that spot side by side at the line. It's still going to be the 48 by and nose. Tyler Warner, Aiden Lang, John Robertson, Jeff Dyer, and Liam Coffey. Brent Sexton and Grant Sexton having issues here in this one. Checkered flag has flown. That's going to do it here for heat race number 1. Tyler Warner picks up that heat race win. Aiden Lang, John Robertson, Jeff Dyer. And that will do it for heat race number 1 for California Lightning Sprint Car racing action here at Santa Maria Speedway. That'll take us to heat race number 2, the second and final heat race for the CLS. Heat race number 2 will look like this. Leland Day out of Bakersfield, California will be on the point here for heat race number 2. To his outside, Brent Sexton, Braden Cawley, and Cody Nye make up row number 2, and a Zate Legend in the Z8 will be the Lone Ranger in row number 3, all by his lonesome. And that is how they will look here for heat race number 2. As we got a little moisture out of the air, a little dust control by Mother Nature. Looks like we have one more car that might have to look to find the grid. I don't see them over there moving in turns 3 and 4. We got Leland Day in the 97 machine definitely out there. The 44 of Brent Sexton is out there. Cody Nye. That's all. There we go. All 5 cars. Looks like we're showing them 1 to go this time at the line. Leland Day, Britt Sexton, Braden Cawley, Cody Nye, and Zate Legend. Oh, problems for Zate. And the Z8 pulls it down to the infield. Now we're left with 4. Dash for cash style here for heat race number 2. Leland Day takes him to the green right after turn number 4. Green flag's in the air. Banging gears as they come down that front straightaway into turns 1 and 2. Leland Day around the inside, but it's going to go to the 44 of Brent Sexton. Sexton, the Sexton Fire Protection 44X machine. Looks like we're going to re-rack and do it again here for race number 2, heat race number 2. So we are going to get a penalty for Sexton. That's going to put the 45 of Cody Nye to the outside of that front row in the Pinkies tire. Corey Cruzman's driving school, TJ Forge Racing Gear, number 45 machine. Green flags in the air. Here we go. Heat race number 2. Back underway here at the Santa Maria Speedway, the Doug Fort Memorial. Great start that time for the 97 of Leland Day. He'll lead him down that back straightaway. Goes right through the middle of turns 3 and 4 here. You can see the tires just working. All kinds of grip out there after the refresh on the racing surface. Once again, Robbie Claiborne doing a phenomenal job on the track prep. He saw the track wasn't to his liking, so he brought out the blade, knocked down some stuff, and track is hooked up here for heat race number 2 of the California Lightning Sprint Cars. Cody Nye in the number 2 spot. The 44, Braden Cawley, that's 44X. Make it. Leland Day, Cody Nye, Braden Cawley, Brent Sexton, and Zay Legend. Five to go for the 97 of Leland Day, looking to pick up a heat race win in the Coffee Motorsports Day Motorsports number 97 machine. Halfway there, 4 laps in, 4 laps remaining here for heat race number 2 for your California Lightning Sprint Car Series, brought to you by Motor City Buick GMC, an American Racer. John Candy Live also brought to you by American Racer, jumping on board for the 2026 season. Cody Nye down the bottom side, trying to run down Leland Day. Day's trying to hold him off. Here comes Cody Nye. Cody Nye, he's got the speed, but can he hold and get to the back bumper of Leland Day? Day seems a little bit better to the center and off of the corner. Cody Nye looks a little bit better on corner entry. White flag in the air one more time around. Here comes Cody Nye. Cody Nye once again better in the center. But Leland has to drive off. Leland Day picks up the heat race win. Big time wheel stand out of the 45 for Cody Nye. Checker flag in the air. Leland Day picks up the heat race win. Cody Nye, Braden Cawley, Brent Sexton, and Zay Legend not taking the green flag at all. So your top 4 was Day, Nye, Cawley, and Brent Sexton. That will do it for your California Lightning Sprint Cars here. And their heat race racing action, we will see them further feature later on in the evening. That'll take us to our first USAC portion of heat race action. It'll be our USAC Western States Midgets heat race, followed by mini stocks, and we'll conclude with the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car Series here with the Doug Fort Memorial at the Santa Maria Speedway. Once again, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting dirt track racing on a beautiful 4th of July as we celebrate 250 years of this great nation. Western States USAC Midget Heat Race number 1 out on track. Lineup looks like this. Ron Hazelton out of Visalia, California on the inside of row number 1 to his outside. At Oxnard, California, Haley Lambert in the 55. The 29A of Gary DeWitt out of Mesa, Arizona. He'll be on the inside of row number 2, putting CJ Sarna out of Brea, California to his outside. That'll take us to our third and final row on the inside. The 66 machine of Brody Graham out of Bakersfield, California. Gets the QRC factory QRC. Number 4Y of Jet Yantis to his outside, starting scratch on the field. So Yantis was your quick time earner in the USAC Western States Midgets. That'll be your 6 cars going 8 laps here for heat race number 1. Lights are out, taking a hard look off a turn number 4. Green flags in the air. Coming off turn number 4 down, turn number 2 down that back straight. Look at CJ Sarna, all tongue-tied. Has a Sarna Motorsports 20 machine. Leads him down to turns 1 and 2, carrying that left front tire. As the track is so good. After that rework, Sarna in the CJ Sarna Motorsports number 20 machine leading lap number 2. 10 laps is the distance for the heat race for the USAC Western State Midgets. CJ down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Sarna getting all kinds of crossed up now. Here comes Brody Graham, the B&B Motorsports. Number 66 machine. Jet Yantis all over his tail, taking the RBM Motorsports number 4Y machine there. Nose to tail down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Oh, up on the bike big time. CJ Sarna holds on to it somehow, some way. A little puff of smoke out of the backside of the 20 machine. Now we got the 2 young guns, Brody Graham and Jet Yantis. Just barely old enough to get into the midgets this year here in 2026. Those two have been going back and forth. Slugfest for wins with the USAC Western State Midgets. We're going to see those guys racing all over the country as we have 4 laps to go at the line. 6 down, 4 to go here for heat race number 1 for the Western States Midgets. Brody Graham working off turn number 2 down that back straightaway. Watching him work through 3 and 4. Graham down the bottom side. Jet Yantis right with them. CJ Sarna. Looks like Sarna may have been a Nerf bar and has a tire rub. You see a little smoke still pouring out that left rear for the 20 machine. 2 to go this time for Brody Graham. Jet Yantis still in tow in the Fast 4, Factory 4. Out of Bakersfield, California, both these drivers, both first and second, getting by the Lambert Motorsports 55 machine, Haley Lambert. White flag in the air one more time around. Jet may have found a nice groove right there, but it's going to be a little too late. As here comes Jet Yantis, drives it in deep into turns 3 and 4. But not enough. Brody Graham gets the heat race win. Turn asphalt number 4. Jet Yantis comes home in the number 2 spot. Third is going to go to CJ Sarna. Fourth is going to go to off the line. Give it to the 15 of Ron Hazelton. Will edge out the 6 or the 15 and the 29 of Gary DeWitt, with Haley Lambert rounding out the field in that number 55. That'll do it for heat race number 2. Make it heat race number 1, heat race 2 making their way to the field. First car out, that's going to be Shannon McQueen, the McQueen Racing number 7 machine out of Tehachapi, California. Now calling Bakersfield home, the Link Chassis Stanton SR11 power plant underneath the hood for the McQueen Racing number 7. Randy Pancratz, she calls Atascadero home. So 3 lady drivers being represented here with the Western States Midgets. Randy Pancratz, Shannon McQueen, and we just saw the 55 of Haley Lambert. Braden Cawley out of El Cajon, California, in the 14 machine. Our most recent winner, that's the Inland Rigging Eibach Spring number 17 machine of Drake Carty. He'll start outside of row number 2. Randy Pancratz will be on the point of this one. Braden Cawley outside in the 14 machine. That's your front row. Adam Weisberg out of Santa Clarita in the 15X will be on the inside of row number 2, putting Drake Carty to his outside. And Shannon McQueen starting scratch on the field. That'll be your 5 cars going 10 laps here for heat race number 2. If someone's got we'll call it a weathered Ford Ranchero out in the parking lot, you got the lights on doing the die-hard test. So you got a, we'll say, patinaed red Ford Ranchero. You got your lights on in the parking lot. I want to get out there and get that taken care of so you guys can get that hot rod fired up at the conclusion of the USAC CRA 410 Sprint a feature, as we are locked and loaded here for heat race number 2 with the USAC Western States Midgets. Randy Pankratz not making the call. The number 8 machine out of Atascadero. That's going to put the 14 machine to the point of Braden Cawley. Looks like Weisberg going to the outside. Row number 2 is going to be Drake Carty and Shannon McQueen. 4 cars. A little dash, 10-lap dash here for heat race number 2. Green flags in the air. Shannon McQueen, McQueen Motorsports number 7. You got a 2-for-1 special over there in the turns 1 and 2. Out front looks like the 15X of, no, that's the 14. Braden Cawley leads lap number 1. But here comes Shannon McQueen, the diamond move from the veteran driver out of Bakersfield, California. Shannon McQueen up to P1. Looking to check out from the field. Drake Carty, he had the field covered a couple of weeks ago. Last time the Western States Midgets were in attendance here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Looking for much of the same. But he's got to run down Shannon McQueen. He won by about 4 to 5 seconds, just about a half a lap lead for Drake Carty. A little bit different racing surface here. The Doug Fort Memorial, a lot more moisture, and more is being applied as we speak right now. As Mother Nature said, we want a heavy racetrack for the Doug Fort Memorial, and you're going to have a hooked-up cowboy racing surface. As Shannon McQueen is getting it figured out 4 laps in. She's got a healthy lead on the field. Drake Carty gets a little bit tight right there in the iBike Spring number 17 machine. His track is just to Shannon McQueen's liking. She's got that, but really working well. You can see the vapor working off that right rear for Shannon McQueen, building up some heat on that Hoosier Racing tire. Shannon right through the middle of turns 1 and 2. Drake Carty in the red, white, and blue. Flying the flags, the colors out of the backside of the 17. Coming down that front straightaway right down the middle of turns 1 and 2. Off of 2 down the back straightaway, Shannon McQueen goes. She's got about a half a lap lead already on the field. Coming to 2 to go at the line for Shannon McQueen. Shannon doing a fantastic job piloting the McQueen Racing number 7 entry. She's got Drake Carty sitting second and Braden Cawley rounding out your top 3. The 15X of Adam Weisbar trying to hold on to that same lap as Shannon McQueen, but she's coming and in a hurry. But final lap into turns number 3 and 4. Shannon McQueen goes to the high side, kind of diamonds that corner. Off a turn at number 4. Shannon McQueen picks up the heat race win. Drake Carty's coming home in the number 2 spot. Braden Cawley 3rd, and 4th will go to Adam Weisberg out of Santa Clarita, California. That will do it for the Western States Midget heat races here tonight for the Doug Fort Memorial at the Santa Maria Speedway. Coming up next, that'll be our mini stock heat race number 1. What did I put? Heat race number 1 for your mini stocks out on track. Your lineup looks like this. On the point, Adam Mallett, Washington. The O2X of Elijah Ray. That's right, all the way from Mallett, Washington. Scott Turner out of Santa Maria, California, on the outside of row number 1 in the number 69 machine. Inside of row number 2, the 1K of Michael Lyon out of Napomo, California. To the outside, the 1143D of Dick Stevens. The O2 of Chris Gilbertson will be in row number 3 all by his lonesome. That will be your 5 cars here for heat race number 1 for the mini stocks here at the Santa Maria Speedway. As dust control still continues here, we're ready for heat race action. Mini stocks. Elijah Ray making his debut to the Santa Maria Speedway. You can see the yellow flags flying out the backside of that Gilbertson Racing O2 machine. And the O2 of Chris Gilbertson. He's going to be hot on his heels as we come to the green flag. Tank slapper down the front straightaway for the 69 of Scott Turner. Scott was bad fast in that machine in the hot lap sessions. It looks like it's a little greasy out there for mini stock heat race number 1. Chris Gilbertson hanging it out in the O2 machine. You can see him putting that right rear up on the cushion. The clay flying. Problems for the 1K of Michael Lyon out of Napomo, California. A little down in speed in the Kluker 1K. But Chris Gilbertson looking to get the monkey off his back, get his first win of the season. It's been a Justin Trammell and Gary Rayburn Jr. mini stock season so far in 2026. Gary Rayburn Jr. not in the building here tonight. This was a bit of a late race, a last-minute addition to the program. Chris Gilbertson, you can see him out front. Scott Turner, P2, Elijah Ray, Dick Stevens, Michael Lyons. That's your current running order. Chris looking to get into some lap traffic here in turns 3 and 4. The 1K. Look out, Michael Lyon. You got company. It's going to be your leader. Chris Gilbertson working off a turn number 4. Gilbertson gets it lined up, one down the right direction. Gets around the 1K. Used to saying that's Justin Kluker, but Kluker's not here tonight. Gilbertson get real tight over turn number 2. Keeps it off the fence right underneath the Twins Landscaping, Kings Concrete, and Construction sign down that back straightaway. So now Dick Stevens down to the inside of the 1K into turns 1 and 2. Elijah Ray in the O2X machine in the 69 of Scott Turner throwing blows over there in turns 1 and 2. But out front, it is all Chris Gilbertson. Chris Gilbertson in the 22-second lap range. We had one mini stock get in the 19 seconds, so you can see the moisture is really taking a toll on the mini stocks here. Chris Gilbertson, 22.458, fastest lap for him. Elijah Ray, 22.957. Coming to the white flag this time at the line. Working off turn at number 4. Chris Gilbertson's down the back straightaway into turn number 3, looking to put the 1K one more lap down. Will he do so? Will he push the issue? Looks like he's going to. He'll put the 1K 2 laps down, coming to the checkered flag. Chris Gilbertson picks up the heat race win. Who's going to come home second? Will it be the rookie, the O2X of Elijah Ray, or will it be Scott Turner coming off a turn at number 4? Getting all kinds of crossed up as the O2 of Elijah, but he'll pick up the second position. The 69 of Scott Turner comes home third. Dick Stevens will come home fourth. And Michael Lyon will round out the field in the 1K machine. That is heat race number 1. So it looks like we might have a little debris over in a turn at number 2. Someone's saying we got radius rod action over there, so that's definitely off of a sprint car, not off of a mini stock. So you can see our safety officials over there picking up, looks like some parts and pieces. Looks like on the top side of turn at number 1, actually. So here comes heat race number 2. Now they are en route. As you can see the heat race, and you can see the fires lit over there in turn number 4, the fan experience here at the Santa Maria Speedway. After the final heat race, after the Dash for Cash, actually, we're gonna have a dash out here for the USAC Sprint Cars, or make it the USAC Western States Midgets are gonna have a dash here tonight for the Doug Fort Memorial. Right after that, we're gonna have a presentation on the front straightaway, and after that presentation, then we will go to the fan experience for the Santa Maria fan experience that we do each and every week here at the Santa Maria Speedway, where we toss out candy and all the goodies. We also have some signed merchandise from the USAC CRA Sprint Car drivers, the likes of RJ Johnson, Ricky Lewis, and more. Line for heat race number 2 looks like this. On the point out of the AG, it's the 4J of Justin Jackson. To his outside, his 18-year-old son, Carson Jackson. In row number 2, the 44 of Justin Trammell. To his outside, Dustin Harrington out of Napomo in the 8 machine. And in row number 3, all by the lonesome, the 52 of Kelly Turner. And that will be 5 cars going 8 laps here for mini stock heat race number 2. Showing him when to go at the line. Carson Jackson looks like he is not in this one. So problems for Carson. Green flag is in the air. Here we go, heat race number 2. Creation Coastal Creation Financial and Insurance. Daniel Campbell not able to make it, but he's still supporting this mini stock class as he does all year long. So support Creation Coastal for your financial services. Justin Jackson has been taking a lot of money home to the bank in that 4J machine. Your track champion in 2025, your 2026 championship point leader as of right now. The 43 machine. Levi Burgett in the number 2 spot. Justin Trammell sitting 3rd in the 44. Justin Jackson, Levi Burgett, Justin Trammell, Dustin Harrington, Kelly Turner. Kelly Turner getting passed on both sides down that front straightaway. The meat in the sandwich around the outside was a 4J of Justin Jackson. On the inside was Levi Burgett in the 43 machine. Jackson, Burgett, and Trammell. The difference 0.737 last time by. It's going to be a lot tighter this time because here comes the 43 of Burgett. Chops it in half, 0.391. Justin Trammell sitting P3. 4th is Harrington. Heat race number 2, 2 laps remaining for the mini stocks here at Santa Maria Speedway. Battle for that top spot down the back straightaway. Levi Burgett's going to lead them into turns 3 and 4, flying the red, white, and blue at the backside of the 43 machine. Coming to the white flag one more time around. Levi Burgett has Justin Jackson all over his backside in the 4J machine. As things are all stretched out except for that battle for the lead as they go down that back straightaway. Here to turn number 3. Carson Jackson, or make it Justin Jackson, trying to make a move in turn number 4. Is going to make it interesting at the line. Who's it going to be? Burgett by a nose. The 43 gets the heat race win. Justin Jackson comes home second. Third's going to go to Trammell in the 44 machine. And rounding out your top 5, Kelly Turner, as Carson Jackson did not make the call. That'll do it here for heat race number 2. Second and final heat race for your mini stocks. And just like that, we are just about ready for your USAC CRA heat races, followed by the dash for the USAC Western States Midgets. And we'll have our intermission, a great intermission, on the front straightaway as we pluck right through the program. So a little bit of an audible right now. We're having a bit of a weather delay as per USAC right now. Our USAC officials up here instructing that we'll have a bit of a break in the action. So we're going to have probably a rebound with some of our intermission festivities as we have a pretty long intermission in the works. So during this delay, we might have a word with some of our fine folks that we're going to talk to during our intermission before we get to racing action with the USAC CRA. So take a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen. It's a perfect opportunity to stretch those legs, and we will get to you as soon as possible once we get things going here up in the booth, and we will let you know what's going on as soon as possible, and hopefully we get the break in the weather, because right now it is a bit of dust control, if you will, but still a little bit greasy, and safety being the number one priority here at the Santa Maria Speedway and with the United States Auto Club. So take a brief break of the racing action, and we'll be back shortly with a little bit more. So, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are honoring Doug Fort. We are here tonight to celebrate many things. First, the 250th anniversary of our beautiful country, and our hope for opportunity for many, many more. We're here to honor Doug Fort, and we're also here to honor Jim Pluhart. So, with Jim Pluhart down on the infield, we've got Chad Weber. I'm going to make my way down there, Chad, man. Let's talk real quick with Jim Pluhart, the voice of the Santa Maria Speedway from 1973 to 2013. So, Chad Weber, I'll make my way down there with a microphone that I do believe is working right now. So you guys just hold tight. Looks like we're going to have a 10-minute call, race fans. We're going to have a 10-minute call with USAC. So we're going to get down there, have a word with Jim Pluhar, and we'll get right into that as soon as possible. So I'll be making my way down there with Jim and Chad Weber. So just hold tight, race fans. Hold tight. We'll be right back. Check 1, 2. Here we go. We got some microphone action. Let's not get ran over by overkill as we make it down the front straightaway here. Chad Weber, man, we've got a special man here indeed. This guy has been the voice of the Santa Maria Speedway for 40-plus years, and we're going to do something real special for him here tonight.
I got to tell you, John, that it tickles my heart to have Jim Pluhar and Barbara Pluhar down here. Jim was announcer here for 40 years. My dad raced here. My grandfather raced here. When I heard my name for the very first time out of Jim Pluhar's mouth, it really hit home. So to have him here tonight means a lot to me, means a lot to the Speedway. And I want to give it to Jim here and let Jim talk a little bit about Doug Fort.
Thank you, Chad. I have a few little notes here concerning the Speedway. We're here tonight, of course, besides celebrating the 250th birthday of our fine nation, the life and legacy of Doug Fort. I joined Doug's team in 1973 and remained with the Speedway until 2013. When it became apparent that the end was near, I decided it was time to retire. Much of that time was spent in the tower with my wife, Barbara. She was the chief scorer. I was doing the announcing. Doug was born in 1933 and passed away in 1999. He was a small business owner in Morro Bay who had a dream of building a speedway on the Central Coast. That dream was fulfilled in 1964 when the first race was held at Santa Maria Speedway. Since then, the track has been in constant operation, with the exception of a period in the 20s when we almost lost it forever. Doug took a personal satisfaction in track preparation. My most indelible memory of him is when I would come out here on a Tuesday or Wednesday, and he'd be on his vintage grader going round and round and round and round forever, it seemed. Believe it or not, he'd break this clay up into little clods. They looked like dirt clods, about 2x2, 3x3. And then, after he got them all broken up like that, he'd start adding water and prepping the track around and around, watering and prepping. And by race night, he had it as perfect as he could. And that was what he wanted. Fortunate for race fans on the Central Coast, Pat Cusack, who owns Toyota of Santa Maria, other automotive dealerships, Splash and Dash Car Wash, and other businesses, entered the picture and saved the Speedway from becoming an RV storage lot. Now, Cusack, with the help of Director of Operations Chad Weber and many, many others, has brought a much improved Santa Maria Speedway back to life. And I, for one, think Doug Fort would approve.
Jim, thank you so much for coming out and supporting us. You know, on behalf, give it up, race fans. Give it up for the voice. This is the true voice of the Santa Maria Speedway, Jim Pluhar, 40 years strong. It is an honor and a privilege to follow you in the footsteps and be able to call the races here at the Santa Maria Speedway. It's been amazing. I got the opportunity to do that with Mike Mosier in Bakersfield, and now to follow you and Jim Pluhart. And on behalf of myself, Chad Weber, and everybody here at the Santa Maria Speedway, tonight you're going to be inducted to you're going to be our dirt track pioneer. That's basically the Santa Maria Speedway Hall of Fame, and tonight you will be inducted.
Well, thank you very much.
Give it up one more time, race fans, for Jim Pluhart and Barbara Pluhart. They've been here, the supporters of this place. Santa Maria Speedway history living right in the flesh, right in front of you.
Thanks again, Santa Maria Speedway, and honoring Jim Pluhart and a Dirt Track Pioneer program. We got a nice jacket for Jim, and I didn't know that they weren't going to be open yesterday to pick it up. So I'm gonna take the blame for that. But Jim, thanks for being a good sport. Thanks for coming out, and really appreciate having you here.
Well, thank you for having my entire family out here and feeding us to boot. We enjoyed it. We're enjoying the races, and hopefully the rain will hold off.
The rain is going to hold off, and it's our pleasure here at Santa Maria Speedway. Really appreciate having you, and can't wait to put you up in the Hall of Fame.
All right, race fans, just like that is it. Give it up for Chad Weber, Jim Pluhart. Looks like we have our sprint cars in staging. We got about 2-3 more minutes here on that 10-minute call, and we'll get back to racing action.
So we're going full steps now. What time is it? 8:40, right on schedule. So from 8 o'clock from the time we got out here, time you started stretching, time you did your warm-ups, 40 minutes has gone by, and now we're finally getting into full step field goals. Good, go forward, excellent. Click, click, click. Great ball. Good. Here, go ahead, bud. All right, so we're using
better, much better.
Much better. See, you follow through, swing in. Don't stop your momentum. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. Pick up a ball. Bail out. Ooh. Much better. But the more you do this, the more you practice, the more you stretch, the more you do these little drills, then you're going to get used to it. You're going to be like, wow, I was repetition.
USAC CRA 410 Sprint Cars. Back on track. We are ready to rock and roll back in action. Doug Fort Memorial here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Tonight's point race at the Auntie Windows and Doors USAC CRA Sprint Cars honors Doug Fort, who built and operated the Santa Maria Speedway, opening Sunday, March 31st, 1964, with the original California Racing Association Sprint Cars. Heat race number 1 of 3. Out on track, ready to go on the point out of Bakersfield, California. It is Cammy Bell, the 29C entry out of Bakersfield, California. The outside, the 44 of Brent Sexton. Inside of row number 2, starting third out of Santa Maria, California, 33B of Brandon Wiley. To his outside, the 17X out of Simi Valley. It is Cole Wakeham. Caleb Montgomery from Templeton, California, the most recent winner with the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Cars Series. Starting 5th on the field inside of row number 3 in the Templeton, California, number 3 entry. And to his outside, your current point leader, R.J. Johnson, out of Levine, Arizona. As we show him 1 to go, we're going green flag racing off of turn number 4. USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car Heat Race number 1. 10 laps is the distance. Cammy Bell, Brent Sexton, green flag in the air off of turn number 4. Right around the bottom side of turns 1 and 2 is Cammy Bell, ripping around the outside. Sexton, he's going to lead him into turns 3 and 4. Sexton leads lap number 1. The 17X of Cole Wakeham in P2, followed by R.J. Johnson, your top qualifier. Already up into P3 here on lap number 1.5. As we got a battle for the top spot off of turn number 4. Wakeham to the point at the end of the 17X machine. Avanti Windows and Doors number 1P of R.J. Johnson finds his way up to the number 2 spot. He's going to run down your leader, but right now Wakeham's got all kinds of speed in the 17X machine. Ripping around the inland rigging racing entry. Working off a turn at number 2 down that back straightaway there. They go into turns 3 and 4. No change in your top 3, but here comes Caleb Montgomery in the Woodland Auto Supply. Number 3 entry as he works down that back straightaway. Montgomery family, David Cry, Woodland Auto Display, ADI Engineering, Luxton FG3. For Caleb Montgomery, trying to run down those top 2. Just past the halfway point, we got 6 laps down, 4 laps remaining here. Heat race number 1. Cole Wakeham right around the bottom side of turns 1 and 2. The 1P in follow. Cole Wakeham, R.J. Johnson slipping out of line, going to the top side is the 3 of Caleb Montgomery, trying to find a way to run a different line to get around the top 2. Cole Wakeham keeps that thing slammed off the bottom side. It's a little snug right there coming off the front straightaway. But not losing speed. R.J. Johnson not able to capitalize in the Avanti Windows and Doors number 1 machine. And here comes Caleb Montgomery. Deeper and deeper into turns 3 and 4. He can go as we come to the white flag one more time around. Montgomery, big head of speed, big run to turns 1 and 2. Caleb Montgomery's got it wound up. He's going to get it by side with R.J. Johnson down the back straightaway. A lap car might be the demise for the run for the 3 of Caleb Montgomery down the front straightaway. Wakeham. Montgomery comes home second. R.J. Johnson comes home third. The 44 machine of Brett Sexton finishes 4th. Then you pick up Brandon Wiley and Cammy Bell. But Cole Wakeham just able to hold off the hard-charging Caleb Montgomery for heat race number 1 for the USAC CRA Sprint Car Series. Heat race number 1 brought to you by Sexton Fire Protection. All year long here for the USAC CRA. Heat race number 2, brought to you by Roy Miller Freight. Making their way out on the track. The lineup will look like this. Out of Yucca Valley, California, the number 39 machine of Jeff Dyer. To his outside, out of Lomita, California, the number 98 of Vern Sweeney. Out of Lomita, California. Starting third on the field to the inside of row number 2 out of Westminster, California. That is the 98B of Brecken Guerrero. And to his outside, he calls Lakeside home, the 3X of Grant Sexton. Inside of row number 3, starting 5th on the field out of Pleasant Hill, California, the 29T of Ryan Timmons. And to his outside out of Tipton, California, the 17V of Danny Faria Jr. So Danny Faria coming out of retirement just a few races ago right here at his home track here in Santa Maria, California. It's one of 3 17 cars here tonight. Got a 17V. That is Hollywood Danny Faria. The 17W of the big game hunter, Austin Williams. We'll see him in heat race number 2. And Cole Wakeham, he picked up the heat race win there in heat race number 1. Danny Faria Jr., F&J Shot Trucking, J&J Spreading, Flying Walrus Enterprises, JC Lansdome, and ADCD Trucking. Graham Ag sponsors for the 17V of Hollywood Danny Faria. As he'll start scratch on the field, we'll see if he can pick up the heat race win from starting pace 6. Start to take shape here for heat race number 2. Jeff Dyer, Vern Sweeney, Brecken Guerrero, Grant Sexton, Ryan Timmons, Danny Faria Jr. Line them up 6 cars, 10 laps the distance once again here for heat race number 2. Perfect track conditions as we come to heat race number 2. Between the track work and Mother Nature laying down a little extra moisture. Really racy here for the CRA 410 Sprint Cars Series. A lot of moisture, a lot of traction. Side by side up turn number 4. Green flags in the air. And we're going to leave into turns 1 and 2. That is the 98s of Vern Sweeney, veteran driver. Leads him into turn number 3. Let's see if he can pick up a heat race win. That'd be something for the young man out of Lomita, California. But lap 1 officially going to the 39 of Jeff Dyer. Here comes Danny Faria Jr. working the outside of turns 3 and 4. Sexton now taking a peek to the outside of Jeff Dyer in the 39 machine. He's going to have that position as they work off of turn number 2. Both those drivers coming from the California Lightning Sprint Car ranks. But here comes Danny Faria Jr. A little slider served on Vern Sweeney. Sweeney crossover back to the inside. Sister car with him and Guerrero. As you can see, the 98 and 98B back there working with the 29T of Ryan Timmons. Out front, it is Sexton. And Sexton Fire Protection number 3 machine. I saw the dirt clods flying. Looks like problems for Dyer. Suspension issues. Looks like on the left rear of the 39 machine. That's going to park him down in the infield. Now we got a healthy lead for the 3 machine. Now Grant Sexton. Sexton gets up on the bike over to turns 3 and 4. Oh, big time upside down the back straightaway. Red flag conditions here at Santa Maria Speedway. Oil fire underneath Danny Faria Jr.'s 17 machine has all but self-extinguished itself on the back straightaway. Fire and safety quickly there. Faria's car quickly back to its side, almost to all fours once again. Big ride for Danny Faria down that back straightaway, tending to him extra carefully, making sure he is A-OK. Started tumbling right at the God Bless America sign, Splash and Dash car wash sign. Finds himself 70, 80 feet down that back straightaway, coming to a halt. So Danny Faria just taking a moment to himself there in the car. He is moving around. He is conscious. Big lick down that back straightaway, somersaulting to a stop on that back straightaway. So giving him a brief moment to make sure he can catch his wind. Driver is okay, ladies and gentlemen. The driver is okay. Danny Faria Jr. just getting word. Driver is A-OK. So that coming just past the halfway point, 6 laps down, 4 laps remaining here for heat race number 2 for the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car Series. We'll have one more to follow. Right after that, we'll get right into our brief intermission down there at the fan zone, the fan experience here at the Santa Maria Speedway. But first and foremost, great to see Danny Faria Jr. out of that vehicle and okay, taking that big tumble down the back straightaway.
Yeah, I thought you were saying, like, because we don't have anybody here that can transport, like, no, like, we have people to stabilize, but not transport. Yeah. Actually, is Corey able to go on his phone? Have Corey call. Have Corey call me right now. Like, can we get a paramedic here?
So race fans, just getting word that driver is okay, is alert, and he is moving. But for safety precautions, we're going to get him transported to the hospital for further evaluation. Took a big spill down the back straightaway. So we're going to wait for a transport vehicle to get here to the Santa Maria Speedway before we can continue to racing action. So right now is going to be that perfect break opportunity right before we get into our official intermission as we wait on transport for Danny Faria Jr. to make your way up and get yourself a refreshment, get yourself a beverage, get yourself something to eat, get some of the nice swag over here at the merchandise booth here at the Santa Maria Speedway. So we're going to wait for transport for Danny Faria Jr. Driver is alert, awake, and okay, but has some body pains as of right now. We're going to transport him for future evaluation. And as we do so, we're going to wait for transportation to get here, and we will continue racing as soon as possible. So as we transport, this gives us an opportunity to talk about the 35th LaFon Jar of Change bonuses at the Western World. Mr. LaFon's right here, right in front of the tower here at the Santa Maria Speedway. He's got his change jar right there. Already this year, he's raised $3,933.24, all out of the generosity of the fans that he goes to each and every week with the USAC CRA. He's continuing his 35-year tradition as photographer Steve LaFon has announced his LaFon Jar of Change for the Hard Charger bonuses that will be back at the 59th Western World Championships. This prestigious race will be held at the Central Arizona Raceway on October 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. The 14 and 360 Western World Hard Chargers from all three nights will earn extra cash from the funds raised by Mr. LaFon. So he is here tonight, and he's got his Hard Charger change jar and be a part of history. He's already raised more money than he ever has this year so far with $3,933. So all of that money goes back to the racers. So you see Mr. LaFon out there, make sure you throw him a couple of whatever you have loose change in your pocket. He's more than happy to take 4 cents, 5 cents, 23 cents, 38 cents, whatever you got for Mr. LaFon. We just got word that tonight he's already raised over $70. He's already $4,000 richer. So big time shout out to Mr. LaFon. Steve has been doing this a long time, 35 years, and keeping it, doing it strong and getting better and better each and every year. So big time shout out to Steve LaFon. And make sure you check out all of his photography as well. He does a phenomenal job in photography. So if you guys are here, you guys want to catch all the racing action at the Santa Maria Speedway and you don't know how to do so, just follow John Candy Live. Go to Santa Maria Speedway. We both have YouTube pages. I put the both feed from John Candy Live on Santa Maria Speedway YouTube page, and I put it out there for the world to see on John Candy Live as well. We're able to do that by some wonderful sponsors. American Racer, big time shout out to you, Larry Collins, and all the fine folks at American Racer. Big time shout out to Quick Change Energy, Liquid Energy, Tad Weber Productions, Santa Maria Speedway, Bakersfield RC Raceway, Bather Brothers Incorporated, San Joaquin Tires and Wheels, Easy Performance, Meineke Auto Services, and many more. So you can see on the back straightaway, in that pit exit, we still have Danny Faria getting put into the transport vehicle. So once we get that all squared away, get Danny Faria getting checked out further for further evaluation, we'll get back to racing action as soon as possible. But once again, go see Steve LaFond and help out the LaFond Jar of Change. Well, race fans, you can see, and we are back in formation under yellow flag conditions. We got the 3X out front. That is Grant Sexton, the 29T of Ryan Timmons, the 98 of Vern Sweeney, and the 98B of Brecken Guerrero out of Westminster, California. 4 cars remaining out on track, and we are ready to go back to green flag racing action once again. The Doug Fort Memorial here at the Santa Maria Speedway. So many great things happening. Inducting Jim Bluehart in the Santa Maria Speedway Hall of Fame. Doug Fort night here at the Santa Maria Speedways. We're back to the green flag racing. Great start right off the bat for Sexton. He's going to lead him down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Floating that right rear up to the cushion. Diamonds the corner off to the bottom of turn number 4. Sexton, 4 to go. 6 laps down, 4 laps remaining here for heat race number 2 of the USAC CRA Sprint Car Series at the Santa Maria Speedway. Sexton with a sizable lead as he gets tight on the cushion. Hang on to it. Ryan Timmons unable to capitalize in the Evergood Foods number 29 T machine. He gets it wrong into turns 1 and 2, loses that momentum. Just about a straightaway lead for Sexton, leading to 2 to go at the line. Sexton Fire Protection 3 machine for Grant Sexton. Working off of turn number 2 as Ryan Timmons in P2. Timmons always one to watch with the USAC CRA Sprint Car Series. Upside down goes Sexton. Red flag once again here in heat race number 2. Grant Sexton hopping the cushion, getting it wrong. Gets that right rear tire into the fence. Upside down for Grant Sexton. Fire and safety going to work once again here in heat race number 2. Drivers out of the car. Drivers A-OK. Give it up for Grant Sexton. Going for a ride over to turns 3 and 4. Coming to 2 to go at the line. Grant goes upside down. The Sexton Fire Protection at number 3 machine. And stay away, stay back. The methanol has caught fire on the backside of the 3 machine for Grant Sexton. So Grant getting out of that machine just in the nick of time when it got flipped back right side up. Flames ignited on the backside of the 3 machine for Grant Sexton. And now the fire and safety going to work, extinguishing that flame. As we have 2 cars with 2 laps remaining here in heat race number 2. Back to yellow flag conditions here at the Santa Maria Speedway. 3 cars remaining. It'll be a green-white checkered finish. here for heat race number 2. We got to get heat race number 2 in the books. We had a couple of wild ones. We had Danny Faria Jr. go for right on the back straightaway. There on about lap number 4, and here on lap number 8, we had Grant Sexton and the Sexton fire protection number 3 machine. Unfortunately, having to use that fire protection as it went up in flames after he went upside down in turns 3 and 4. He was already out of the vehicle. Thank goodness for Grant Sexton and all the safety precautions and all the safety devices here at the USAC CRA Sprint Car level. Lights are going out. We're going green flag racing right here off of turn number 4. The 29T of Ryan Timmons leads this one. Once again, green, white, checkered finish here for the second heat race for the sprint car division. Nose to tail in turns 3 and 4. Ryan Timmons coming to the green flag at Santa Maria Speedway. Simmons in 1 and 2. Sweeney in the number 2 spot. Then you pick up the 95, or make it the 98B of Brecken Guerrero. White flag in the air one more time around. Ryan Timmons down the front straightaway. He's going to back it in gingerly into turns 1 and 2. Down that back straightaway into turn at number 3. Timmons back to the top side. Ripping the lip. Picks up the heat race win, Ryan Timmons. Vern Sweeney comes home in the number 2 spot, and Brecken Guerrero rounding out the field in the 98B machine. And finally, we've got heat race number 2 in the books. And coming home victorious, Ryan Timmons in the 29T. Rescue Lance heat race number 3. Out on track, lineup looks like this. On a point, it is Mark Henry, the 39R machine out of Roseman, California, to his outside. The 21P of Dalen Pereira. On the inside of row number 2, the number 22 of Brian Whitley out of Ventura, California, to his outside out of Yorba Linda, California. The 17W of the big game hunter, Austin Williams. In row number 3, all by his lonesome, you'll find the 97 machine of Connor Lundy out of Peoria, Arizona. And that will be your 5-car field here for heat race number 3, the third and final heat race. As we head to the final heat race of the Doug Fort Memorial here, the 2026 season at the Santa Maria Speedway. The big game hunter down there getting the inland rigging, number 17 at W machine. Looked at down there off turn number 4. Looks like they're going under the hood. Something going awry for Austin Williams. Lance Jackson doing Lance Jackson things, coming up here and just let me know that each and every time of the last 5 races, Austin Williams has picked up a heat race win. So to keep the streak alive, he's got to battle some adversity right now. The crew taking a peek underneath the hood. He's getting the wave to get pushed off right now. So the big game hunter, Austin Williams, has got his heat race win in the last 5 races for the inland rigging number 17W machine. It looks like they got it fired off, and he'll tag the back of the field, so he will have to start scratch as we get into heat race number 3 after presenting his car, getting pushed off and not able to keep it fired. He'll tag the back of the field, but he's only losing 1 spot as he's going from row number 2 to row number 3. And just like that, the stage is set for heat race number 3. Mark Henry, Dalen Pereira, Brian Whitley, Connor Lundy, and Austin Williams. Nice. Waiting on the word from USAC. Furled up, green flag in hand. Total 1 to go this time by at the line. We got our 5 cars. Mark Henry, Dalen Pereira out of Hilo, Hawaii. Sorry. Brian Whitley, Austin Williams, and Connor Lundy set to do battle. Lights are going out. Here we go. Green flag off at turn number 4. 10 laps the distance for the final heat race of the Doug Fort Memorial here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Nudge your neighbor. Make that friendly wager. Who's going to pick up the final heat race win of the night? Will it come from that front row? Will it be Mark Henry, Dalen Pereira? Will it be Brian Whitley or Connor Lundy? Or will Austin Williams get 6 in a row? Green flags in the air. Heat race number 3 brought to you by Rescue Mission Alliance here for the USAC CRA Sprint Car Series. Lap 1 going to the 21P machine of Dalen Pereira, the Pineapple, leading lap number 1 out of Hilo, Hawaii. He's rocking right down that back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Austin Williams flicking off 1, going to get the second. A 2-for-1 special. Williams upside down with the 22 machine. Red flag in the air once again. Austin Williams tangling with the 22 of Brian Whitley. Those 2 drivers go upside down into turns 1 and 2, bringing out the red flag once again here on lap number 2 of 10 here in heat race number 3. Williams crawling out of the inland rigging supply number 17 machine. He is okay, race fans. Give it up for Austin Williams, a big game hunter. Brian Whitley over in the 22 looks like he is A-okay moving around inside of that machine as well. So Austin Williams had the more vicious and violent tumble over into turn number 1. Looks like Brian Whitley is going to elect to stay in that vehicle. He is A-okay as well, drivers. He is A-okay as well, race fans. The 22 of Brian Whitley out of Ventura, California. So we'll see. He may try to continue, but it looks like the gloves are off for Brian. So looks like he's unfastening his helmet as well, so he's going to pull it down to the infield. That car able to roll, not so much for the 17 of Austin Williams. So that team comes very prepared. So if they see fit, they will make the repairs needed so he can tag the back of the field for the Doug Fort Memorial here tonight. He's got 11 career wins. He's a 2009 USAC CRA Co-Rookie of the Year. And the Tom and Christy Dunkel Inland Rigging Maxim Racing Oils number 17, a W machine. So they got a trailer full of parts, so we'll see if they put Humpty back together again, as they'll have some time. That will be the final A feature of the night. So Austin Williams up on the hook as they go to make repairs. This is the final heat race of the night. This is heat race number 3 here at the Santa Maria Speedway for our USAC CRA Sprint Car Series. So as we get these cars hooked up and off the racing surface, we'll get some more music. Pushing off once again here for heat race number 3. We'll try it one more time. I just got word. Mama Q's Barbecue selling full tri-tips, $40 a pop, and $5 tri-tip sandwiches over at Mama Q's Barbecue. So if you guys have not done so, make sure you head over to Mama Q's Barbecue. They're here on the south end of our concession area. And we also only have about 15 more Doug Fort Memorial t-shirts available. So about to sell out of the t-shirts. And we got tri-tips for sale as we're back to the green flag here for heat race number 3. Great battle for the top spot, side by side down the back straightaway here in the turns 3 and 4. Right around the outside. It's not where it's set. The 37 machine. They're side by side down that back straightaway in the turns 3 and 4. Backing it in is the 97 of Lundy. Connor Lundy out of Peoria, Arizona. Making a long haul, running with the USAC CRA Sprint Cars Series. Wheel stand down the front straightaway, crossing the line. But the Pineapple staying right there with Lundy. Just past the halfway point this time by. We got 6 down, 4 to go here in the final heat race for the Doug Fort Memorial here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Ripping the lip off a turn number 2. The Pineapple with a wheel stand down the back straightaway, trying to run down Connor Lundy. Lundy, the Hugo Motorsports number 97 machine. Has that fast line right on the bottom side of the racetrack. 3 to go. Make it 2 this time for the 97 machine. Is right around the bottom side, puts the left front onto the good stuff. Ripping off a turn number 2 down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. White flag one more time around. Lundy just trying to keep the rubber side down for 4 more corners. He will do so here into turns 1 and 2. Off of 2 down the back straightaway. He'll go into turn number 3. Into 3 off a turn at number 4. The checkered flag will fly. Connor Lundy out of Peoria, Arizona picks up the heat race win. Coming home in the number 2 spot, you got the 21 machine of Brian Whitley. Make it Dalen Pereira. Sorry, Dalen Pereira out of Gila, Hawaii. I got the Pineapple right. Coming home third, the 39R machine of Mark Henry out of Roseman. And that will do it for the USAC CRA Sprint Car Series. here at the Santa Maria Speedway. And now the intermission lights will be lit. Make your way over to the fan experience here at Santa Maria Speedway. You can see where all of the fire pits are lit up over there. We're going to have a quick autograph session with some of your favorite drivers from the USAC CRA series, USAC Western States Midgets. And actually, sorry, we got one more thing for you. We got our dash. I just forgot about our dash, guys. We got a USAC Western States dash for cash here. And you can see our drivers flying the red, white, and blue. This is another perfect opportunity to get those cameras out and take some beautiful pictures of the beautiful backgrounds and the backdrop here at the Santa Maria Speedway as we get set for our dash for cash here for the Doug Fort Memorial. This is how it breaks down for the Honda Power Sports Dash for Cash. $400 for the winner, $300 for second, $200 for third, and $100 for finishing fourth in the Dash for Cash here, brought to you by Honda Power Sports. 4 cars, 6 laps is the distance for the Dash to be shown around the Santa Maria Speedway, right behind the beautiful Toyota Tundra, brought to you by Toyota of Santa Maria. Get out those cameras. Perfect opportunity to get some beautiful pictures. The beautiful Toyota Tundra showing around the racing surface. The beautiful USAC Western States Midgets. And look at that sight down the back straightaway. Santa Maria Speedway makes some noise for the red, white, and blue down the front straightaway. USAC Western States Midget Dash for Cash, once again brought to you by Honda Power Sports. Cars will pop out of gear, come down to the front straightaway. We'll get the flags offloaded of these 4 cars that are going to do battle for $400. So this has no play in the finishing or the starting for the feature later in the evening. That is already being determined, but these are your top 4 cars here tonight from qualifying and their dashes. So they're stopping here on the front straightaway to get the flags offloaded. See Corey Cruzman down there, Director of Racing with the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car Series and the USAC Western State Midgets. So all that just for you guys. We get the push trucks right behind these 4 cars once again. And once again, for $400. We'll see if Drake Carty can pick up right where he left off the last time he was here with the feature. He picked up a feature win, that Ibach Racing number 17 machine. CJ Sarna, a veteran himself, a veteran in driving and a veteran that has served our wonderful country in the CJ Sarna Motorsports number 20 machine. And Hazleton out of Arizona in the number 15 machine, the 3rd car, the 55 of Haley Lambert, also in the Dash for Cash here tonight. As we get them fired off, we'll set the stage right after this. After this, we'll have our fan experience. We've been talking about it. No fan experience. We're getting straight into racing, guys. It just got word. So we are going to skip the fan experience. So we are not having an intermission because we do not want to play with Mother Nature. She's been showing her teeth a little bit for us here tonight. So we're going to get right into a main event number 1. Our California Lightning Sprints will be set to do battle as they'll make their way to staging. We got 6 laps for 4 cars. Once again, the Honda Power Sports Dash for Cash. Here at the Santa Maria Speedway, the Doug Fort Memorial. This is all for $400 to win, $300 for second, $200 for third, and $100 just across the start-finish line at the drop of the green flag. Lights are out. We're going green flag right here off of turn number 4. Green flag is in the air. USAC Western States Midgets. Drake Carty already going to the top shelf. Eibach Racing number 17. He's going to lead him down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Rocking off of turn number 4. Drake Carty putting the Eibach Springs number 17 to the top spot early. Looking to check out from the field. Here comes CJ Sarna. Sarna getting by the 15. Trying to set his sights for the top spot. But he's got to have to run down the young gun, Drake Carty, and the number 17. Carty right around the bottom side into turns 1 and 2. Off of turn number 2 down that back straightaway. He goes into 3 and 4. CJ Sarna in the number 2 spot. Third's going to be Haley Lambert and Ron Hazelton rounding out the top 4. Already halfway there. Drake Carty clicking off some quick lap times. 14.346 the last time by. The track is really, really racy. Carty crossing the line. 2 to go. Drake Carty working off of turn number 2 down that back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. White flag in the air one more time around. Working down the back straightaway for the final time. Drake Carty puts the Eibach Springs number 17 machine into victory lane. $400 richer. Courtesy of Honda Power Sports. Coming home second is CJ Sarna, Haley Lambert, and rounding out the field, Ron Hazelton. So race fans, as we clear the grid and we set the stage for the California Lightning Sprints, you can see the staging is empty right now. That's going to give us about 4 to 5 minutes. If you got young ones here, get down there anyways. Chad Weber's going to still throw out candy, still throw out swag, still throw out the goodies down there at the fan experience. So if you got young ones here, cautiously make your way down to the fan experience and get your candy, get your swag, get all your stuff over there. Chad Weber and some of our drivers are still going to meet with you down there in the fan experience as we get the California Lightning Sprints in their cars and up to staging. So we got about 4 or 5 minutes here as all that process handles. And so if you want to do so, this is the opportunity to get down there and get your swag here at the Santa Maria Speedway.
The My Race Pass app is your motorsports headquarters on race night. With over 800 organizations across multiple forms of motorsports, you'll always have the information you need in the palm of your hand. Race day information with official entries, lineups, live timing and drag racing timing slips, official results, point standings, announcer audio, fantasy racing, and so much more. Don't be left in the dark on race night. Download the My Race Pass app today in Google Play and the App Store. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Looks like this for the California Lightning Sprint A feature on the point out of El Cajon, California. It's the 44 machine of Braden Colley, who was outside. He calls Camarillo home. The 45 of Cody Nye. Inside of row number 2, the 13X machine of Aiden Lang out of Lakewood, California, to his outside. The 42 of John Robertson. Inside of row number 3, the 44X machine, that is Brent Sexton out of Lakeside, California, to his outside. The 4 of Jeff Dyer. In row number 4 on the inside, he calls Alpine, California home. The 48W of Tyler Warner, and to his outside, the Bakersfield Boyd. The number 97 of Leland Day. Inside of row number 5, it's Grant Sexton out of Lakeside, California. The 3G to his outside, the Z8 of Zate Legend. And that is your lineup for the California Lightning Sprint Car. A main event here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Lights are out. We're set to do battle off of turn number 4. This is that opportunity. Nudge that neighbor. Make a friendly wager. Who's going to pick up the heat race win here tonight, or the main event victory at the Doug Fort Memorial. First feature coming to the green flag off of turn number 4. Green flag's in the air. California Lightning Sprint Car A feature underway. Side by side off of turn number 2. Down the back straightaway they go into turns 3 and 4. Coming to the line, who's going to get lap number 1 for the California Lightning Sprint feature? Braden Colley, Cody Nye P2, Aiden Lane in the number 2 spot. John Robertson's in P3, then Cody Nye rounding out the top 4. We're working around the bottom side. That is still Braden Colley. Colley in the 44, Sexton Racing. Support for the 44 machine. Aiden Lane, the 13X, working off of turn number 2. That is currently sitting third in the point standings here from 2026 for Aiden Lang. As we got 2 down, 18 laps remain. Aiden Lang trying to stalk his prey in the 44 machine. He diamonds the corner off of turn number 2. Leads him down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Here comes Lang on the 13X machine. The 13X trying to make the move and find his way around the 44. But he cannot do so as of right now. Aiden Lane trying to be in charge, trying to run down Braden Colley. Lane right there all over the tail side of Colley. You can see him working off a turn at number 2 down the back straightaway. Separated by about 5 cars right around the bottom side. Now they both go into turn number 3. Colley, Lang, Jeff Dyer sitting third. Grant Sexton, John Robertson, Cody Nye, and Tyler Warner. That is your top 7. As they work down the back straightaway. Oh, a bit of a bobble that time from Braden Colley. That puts the Langford Farms number 13X machine all over his backside as they work off of turn number 2 once again. 12 laps down, 13 laps left to go. Make it 7 down, 13, make it 8 and 12. 20 laps is the distance for your first feature of the night here at Santa Maria Speedway. Braden Colley still your leader, but Aiden Lang is right there, trying to run him down in the 13X. Lang off a turn at number 4. Aiden Lang all over the backside of Braden Colley. 10 to go at the line. Halfway there. Now lap traffic being a factor as they work into turns 1, 2. 1 into 1, off a turn number 2, down the back straightaway they go into turns 3 and 4. No change in the top 2. Difference, 0.38 seconds the last time by. We'll check it as they cross the line this time. Your leaders working down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2. Colley on the bottom side, trying to get by Cody 9, the 45 machine. He will do so off of turn number 2, bringing the 13X of Aiden Lang with them as they go into turn number 3. Lang off the turn at number 4, trying to run down the 44 machine. Braden Colley trying to hold him off. He's got 7 laps left to go to do so. Colley and Lang 1 and 2. Jeff Dyer, your points championship leader coming into tonight's event, currently sitting 3rd as he tries to run down the top 2 competitors. Working into turn number 3, off of turn number 4 comes your leader. The 97 machine of Leland Day and John Robertson, the 42 machine, and the next 2 cars battling on the track with their leader right behind them. They're side by side as they come off of turn number 2. Colley backs her down. Problems for the 44 machine. Braden Colley's going to pull down to the infield. Your leader off the pace. That's going to put Aiden Lang up to the top spot in the 13X machine. The battle for the lead down the back straightaway. Jeff Dyer looking for another win for the 2026 season. He's going to go around the outside of Lang down the front straightaway. They make contact. At the line, it's going to be the 4 of Jeff Dyer by a nose. 0.026 officially from the 13X and the 4 machine. Aiden Lang back to the top spot as they work off of turn number 2. Caution flag will fly. Caution out. Caution out for the 44 machine up here on the top side of turn number 4. 3 laps left to go for the California Lightning Sprint feature. Brent Sexton out of Lakeside, California. The Sexton Fire Protection number 44 machine. So 2 cars down to the infield, Braden Colley and the 44 of Brent Sexton. So our leader should be the number 4 of Jeff Dyer. Jeff Dyer, Aiden Lang, Grant Sexton, Tyler Warner, Leland Day. That'll be your top 5, going to 3 to go. Here for our first 8 feature of the Doug Fort Memorial. So showed him 1 to go this time by. As we show them, 1 to go, single file restart. 3-lap shootout for our first A feature here tonight for the Doug Fort Memorial. Jeff Dyer looking for another win to add to his season. It'll be a second win of the 2026 season for Jeff Dyer. He currently has About a 70-point lead coming into tonight. So he's been dominating California Lightning Sprints in 2026. Back to the green flag. Bit of a heartbreak right there for Aiden Lang as he got that position back from the 4 of Dyer. Dyer now making his way back to the top spot. Can he take advantage of it? 2 to go at the line. Off turn number 2, Aiden Lang. Oh, all kinds of cross-up in 3 and 4. We got one around. Caution flag will fly. Caution out. That's a 3G of Grant Sexton. He gets it wrong, hops the cushion, spins her out in turn number 1 and 2, bringing out the caution with 2 to go. So we'll reset and try it once more. So it looks like the 3 hooked on the berm down there in turn number 2. Needs to get in the correct starting position. So getting the cars in the correct starting order as they are. We'll try one more time. That'll be a green-white checkered finish for the California Lightning Sprint feature. Aiden Lang gets the opportunity in the Langford Farms number 13 X machine. Lights are out. You can hear them. You can see them. We're going green next time by off a turn at number 4. Can Aiden Lang do it? Or will it be the dominator of the 2026 season so far, Jeff Dyer? Coming back to the green flag off a turn number 4. Green, white, checkered finish. A move from the 48 machine. Trying to get up in the mix. Tyler Warner. White flag in the air one more time around. Jeff Dyer goes to the high side into turns 1 and 2. He slips the grip just a little bit, enough for Aiden Lang to get by. Drag racing to turn number 3. They're side by side going into 3 and 4. Aiden Lang on the inside. Jeff Dyer on the outside. Upside down. Red flag will fly. Red flag out for Aiden Lang. He hooks the rut and goes upside down for the 13X machine. Checkered is out. It's official. The 4 machine of Jeff Dyer will pick up the win. Tyler Warner will come home second. Leland Day and Aiden Lang round out your top 4 as all of our attention is over to the 13X machine for Aiden Lang. So we'll head down to Victory Lane and meet with Jeff Dyer. We'll get Jeff Dyer down on the victory lane here at the front straightaway here at Santa Maria Speedway. Get a quick word with him, and we'll get right back into the racing action with the USAC Western States Midgets. Fantastic drive for Jeff. Had some fortunate luck go his way. A couple of cars out of the mix early in this one. The 44 of Cawley. He's up and out. Give it up for Jeff Dyer. He's getting the safety equipment off. We'll get a quick word with him down here on the front straightaway. If I can keep the shoes on my car or on my feet here. Sticky racetrack. Jeff, buddy, real quick, man, fantastic job picking up the first win here for the Doug Fort Memorial, man. All these fans sticking it out. This beautiful racetrack, all the work they're doing to keep this place going and amazing. He's doing it fantastic.
Yeah, first, thanks for all the fans coming out 4th of July. You know, this is an important race for all us Americans and show our freedom out here racing with everybody. But, man, the track was tricky, a little bit of rain, and, you know, it got a little wet there on the last restart, about spun out, and But, man, I had a really good car. I struggled earlier. We broke some parts, and we were able to get everything fixed. And, man, the thing was a rocket ship. Sorry about Aiden. We got together once, but, I could race that guy side by side. And he runs me clean. I run him clean. Hopefully it was a good race for everybody.
It was a fantastic race. And real quick, who do you got to thank on the Ford machine as we try to get this program going? Sorry.
First and foremost, got to thank all my friends at the VFW that are all watching tonight. Joshua Tree, Jobu Racing, Dyer Motorsports, the Amsoil Oil Twins, T-shirt by Timeless, and Dyer Motorsports. And thanks to everyone for coming out again.
There it is right there. Jeff Dyer coming home with the victory here tonight. The California Lightning Sprint, some beautiful hardware for the Doug Fort Memorial as we try to get our next feature underway as quickly as possible. You can see we got our USAC Western States Midgets feature coming up next. USAC Western States Midget pushing off for their feature. 30 laps is the distance. Lineup starting scratch on the field out of Visalia, California. You got the 15 machine. That is Ron Hazelton. Outside of row number 5, it's Randy Pancras out of Atascadero, California, driving the number 8 machine. Tour inside, it's an all-lady row number 5. It's Haley Lambert in the double nickel 55 machine. That takes us outside of row number 4. Outside row number 4, it's the 29 of Gary DeWitt out of Mesa, Arizona. To his inside, the 15X out of Santa Clarita. That is Adam Weisberg. Outside of row number 3, that is Jet Yantis out of Bakersfield, California. To his inside, she calls Bakersfield home as well. The McQueen Racing, number 7 of Shannon McQueen. Outside row number 2, it's Brody Graham in the B&B Motorsports number 66 machine. To his inside, it is our most recent winner in the iBox rings, number 17. It's Drake Carty. Takes us to the front row for the USAC Western States Midget feature. C.J. Sarna starting in the number 2 starting position out of Brea, California. To his inside, on the points out of El Cajon, the 14 of Braden Cawley. That's right, the same Braden Cawley that was upside down earlier in the evening, pulling double duties here tonight. Now he's behind the wheel of the USAC Western State Midget. And we see him on the point as we are ready to rock with the USAC Western State Midget feature. 30 laps, the distance. We are showing them 1 to go, just like that. Braden Cawley, C.J. Sarna, Drake Carty, Brody Graham, Shannon McQueen, Jet Yantis, Adam Weisberg, Gary DeWitt, Haley Lambert, Randy Pankratz, and Ron Hazelton set to do battle at the Doug Fort Memorial here at the Santa Maria Speedway. And we're going live off of turn number 4. Nice, tight formation as they make their way to the back straightaway. Things tighten up as they come to the cone here off of turn at number 4. Green flags in the air. Great start for the feature. 4 wide off of turn number 2. Jet Yantis on the bottom side, getting the best of that one. Already making his way up into P4 for right now. Caution flag will fly. So it looks like they didn't quite like what they saw at the drop of the green flag there. So they'll get one more opportunity to get that right. Or it looks like, yeah, C.J. Sarna trying to find his way back to that front row outside. Right next to Braden Cawley. Lights are out. They've taken formation. We are set to go off of turn number 4 again. Nice tight formation as they group up. They'll come to the green flag off of turn number 4. Doug Fort Memorial back underway. C.J. Sarna leads him down into turns 3 and 4. He's coming around, going to lead lap number 1. Brody Graham in the number 2 spot. Graham floats up the hill, almost make contact with the front straightaway wall. Drake Carty gets it wrong in turns 1 and 2. He's got Jet Yantis all over his backside as they work down the back straightaway. We've got a battle up front for the top spot. C.J. Sarna on the bike off of turn number 4. Here comes Brody Graham to the top spot. Brody Graham will take the advantage into turns 1 and 2 with him. Now here comes Jet Yantis side by side with Drake Carty for the number 3 spot. Yantis now working through the middle of 3 and 4. Is going to dive back down to the bottom side. Try to get a run on C.J. Sarna. Will not do so this time by. One off the pace on the back straightaway. He's going to pull down to the infield on the bike into turns 1 and 2 with Jet Yantis. Hang on to it, buddy. He was able to do so. But out front, it is all Brody Graham. Brody trying to run away from the field. C.J. Sarna, the number 2 spot. Brake rotors glowing on the 4Y machine for Jet Yantis. Yantis still giving it everything he's got. The car is a handful of current asphalt. Factory QRC on the bike again into turns 1 and 2. That's we're going to watch the show right there between Carty and the 4Y of Jet Yantis. Jet Yantis has that car. Needs to be a little freer because right now That car's on edge, still bad fast, and he's able to hold on to it. Jet Yantis still sitting in the number 3 spot. Gets a little over-rotated in turns 3 and 4 right there. Drake Carty's going to get closer to his back bumper. Right now, Brody Graham is out front. He's got a straightaway lead on the field down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. CJ Sarna still sitting P2 in the number 3 spot. That's that battle between Jet Yantis and Drake Carty as they work down the front straightaway. Back down the bottom side for the 4Y of Jet Yantis. A little better corner rotation for the 4Y machine that time as he misses the character in turns 1 and 2. CJ Sarna able to hold off the young gun for now. So got a pair of wins in the 2026 season with Western States Midgets. And Brody Graham, fresh off of a win up at Madera, California, looking to go back-to-back with the series. Right now, just about a half a lap lead at the halfway point. We got 15 down, 15 laps left to go. Look at Brody Graham working through traffic now. Has the 44 machine. Make it the 15 machine a lap down. Next will be Brady Cawley in the 14. Straightaway lead for that. Here's that battle off of turn number 2. It's between Jet Yantis and CJ Sarna. CJ Sarna on the bottom side. Jet Yantis right through the middle, switching lanes a little bit, trying to find a way around CJ Sarna. It's too much speed. He's got a little too good off that bottom side. Jet now falling back 3 car lengths as he searches for a way around CJ Sarna. Right in front of Sarna is going to be Randy Pancras, as she's got a body panel flailing off the left side of the 8 machine. Switching lanes again as Jet Yantis searching high and low. This time he's got to go to the bottom side. Pancras was right through the middle of turns 1 and 2. Drake Carty, he's got to get by the 8 machine. He'll do so going into turn number 3. CJ Sarna, he gets by all the lap traffic now. It's free and clear out in front. We've got 10 laps to go, this time by for your leader. Brody Graham of the 66 machine working off of turn number 4 in the B&B Motorsports 66 entry. Best battle on the track is down that front straightaway, though, between Jet Yantis and CJ Sarna. You can see him working off of turn number 2. Jet Yantis trying to make a move, and he almost gets into the tail tank of the 20 of Sarna. Let him know he's there as they work off of turn number 4. This time, side by side into turns 1 and 2. Jet Yantis trying to make it stick. Will not do so. Brody Graham crossing the line with 8 to go, but the best battle side by side off of turn number 2. Drake Carty's going to put his car up into the mix as well. CJ Sarna holding off Jet Yantis for now, but here comes Drake Carty. Jet, he's going to have to go because here comes Carty. He's got to get around the 20 of Sarna, or he risks going down one position to the 17 to Drake Carty. Still searching. A bobble from Sarna. Now here comes Jet Yantis side by side down the back straightaway. Jet Yantis takes the position away from CJ Sarna. And you can see the speed the 4 has. Just stuck behind the 20 of Sarna, but he's going to have no time to go. He's got 5 laps remaining at the line for the 66 of Brody Graham. Brody Graham will stand down the back straightaway with the B&B Motorsports number 66 machine out of Bakersfield, California. He's working off a turn at number 4, putting on a show with 4 to go. Brody Graham right down to the bottom side once again. Still a great battle going on for third between Sarna and the 17 of Drake Carty. Drake Carty gets a little tight on the inside berm. Oh, caution. Oh, Jet Yantis brakes coming off a turn number 2. Sarna makes contact. Caution flag will fly with 3 to go. Problems for Jet Yantis. Comes to a halt off a turn at number 2. That will erase just about a 1 3/4 lap lead. A 3/4 lap lead for Brody Graham. Jet was sitting second. CJ Sarna will now inherit the number 2 spot. Drake Carty will be third. Shannon McQueen fourth. Fifth will be Braden Cawley. As Jet Yantis gets his 4 machine pushed to the work area into turns 3 and 4. Jet up and out of the number 4 machine. As you can see, Get all the cars in the correct starting position. It's still going to be the B&B Motorsports 66 for Brody Graham. In the number 1 spot, CJ Sarna back to P2. Drake Carty sitting 3rd in 17. Shannon McQueen 4th, and 5th is Braden Cawley. Adam Weisberg and Randy Pankratz, final cars in the field. 3 laps left to go. So looking for parts and pieces over there in turns 1 and 2. To me, that's indicating it could have been a drive line or something of that sort for the 4 machine. Because when he came to a halt off of turn number 2, the candle was still lit, if you will, for Jet Yantis. You saw when he leaned it out, some of the flames coming out of the side of that tailpipe. And safety officials just combing the surface in turn number 2. Looks like we got the thumbs up. Just about ready to get back to racing action. 3-lap shootout here for the Doug Fort Memorial USAC Midget portion of the program. Here they come, working off of turn number 4. Brody Graham, Jet Yantis was sitting second at the time of the explosion. Green flag's back in the air. Graham straight to the bottom of turns 1 and 2. CJ Sarna has that rear view mirror full of the number 17 of Drake Carty. Carty going to the outside here into 3 and 4. Can he make that stick? They're going to be tight coming off of turn number 4. Sarna's going to take that spot and hold on to it for now. 2 to go. We'll get the white flag next time by for Brody Graham as he works down to the bottom side here to turns 3 and 4. Drake Carty almost makes contact with CJ Sarna. One more time around for Brody Graham. Brody into turn number 1 and 2. Nice and smooth. He's going to maintain that lead straight away in the back, straight away into turn number 3 and 4. Brody Graham out of Bakersfield, California, victorious here at the Santa Maria Speedway for the Doug Fort Memorial. CJ Sarna comes home second. Drake Carty comes home third. Fourth goes to Shannon McQueen. Fifth goes to the 14 of Braden Cawley. And 6th is Adam Weisberg. And rounding out the field, Randy Pankratz. And that'll put Brody Graham into victory lane. He's coming up. He can hear you now. Give it up for Brody Graham, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's one happy young man indeed getting the Doug Fort Memorial win here tonight. Going back-to-back victories. He gets it done a couple of weeks ago in Madera, and now he gets it done here at the Santa Maria Speedway. We'll get down, get a quick word with him, and try to keep the program moving. We want to get it all in here tonight. The 2026 Doug Fort Memorial. Safety equipment is coming off, and Brody's got a happy pit crew down here. Indeed, K. Lewis on the wrenches in the B&B Oilfield Consulting Racing entry. I love it. I love it. He's down here. He said, was I gone? Had about 3/4 of a lap lead at one point. Coming to the 3 to go. Brody, real quick, let's get a quick word, buddy. Fantastic job. Great drive. Get it done here at Santa Maria. Going back-to-back victories with the series, man. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm glad we got this one done because it's raining, so hopefully we get the rest of the show done. But thank you for everyone coming out, and that was a good race.
That was one heck of a race. You know, the track was, kind of elbows up. You really had to hang on to it, carrying a lot of speed around this racetrack. With the moisture coming down, was it getting tackier and tackier as the race went on?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It was getting super slippery on entry, and it was. I've never raced a track like that, but the first star, I got scared because I went to go run the top, see if I could drive around all of them, and I got passed by a bunch of cars, and then we got that yellow, and I was really happy because I knew what I had to do.
Right. So who do you got to thank on the 66 machine who put you in victory lane here tonight?
My mom, my dad, my brother, B&B Oilfield Consulting, WECCC, oh, God, RDM, TRB, Schoenfield Headers, Anti-Gravity Batteries, K1 Gear, Finish Line Signs, Western Metalcraft, and Race Ball Motorsports, and Cade and Jason for coming out and helping. Thank you.
There it is right there. There's Brody Graham coming home with a victory here tonight with the USAC Western States Midgets. Coming up next, we'll have our mini stock, main event. Mini Stock's up to do battle. 20 laps is the distance. Chris Gilbertson will be on the point out of Santa Maria, California, to his outside. Caught a Tascadero home. The 43 of Levi Burgett. Inside of row number 2, it's the 02 of Elijah Ray out of Wellmont, Washington, who is outside. The 4J of Justin Jackson. Scott Turner out of Santa Maria in the 69 machine on the inside of row number 3 to his outside. The 44 of Justin Trammell. That'll take us to the inside of row number 4. The 111 43D of Dick Stevens out of Goleta, California, to his outside. Cullen Napomo home. The 8 of Dustin Harrington. Michael Lyon in the 1K machine on the inside of row number 5 to his outside. The 7J of Carson Jackson. And Kelly Turner in the 52 machine. That'll be your 11 cars going 20 laps for your mini stock feature. Showing them one to go at the line. Chris Gilbertson and Levi Burgett on a front row. who will pick up the feature win for your mini stocks here tonight, as a little more traction is being applied to the racing surface for now. The beautiful Toyota Tundra, brought to you by Toyota of Santa Maria, dives down to the infield, set to do battle off of turn number 4. Mini stock, a feature racing action. Going green, Chris Gilbertson taking the green flag. Going to lead them side by side. Let's see what's going to happen here to turns 1 and 2. Levi Burgett floating up the hills. Going to bounce off the cushion off of 2 down the back straightaway we go. Into turns 3 and 4. Coming off of 2, it's going to be Chris Gilbertson in the O2 machine. It's going to lead him down that front straightaway into turn number 3. I'll make it turns 1 and 2 once again here on lap number 2. Burgett down to the inside, side by side, coming off of turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Gilbertson and Burgett working off of turn number 4. Burgett all kinds of crossed up down the front straightaway. Justin Jackson trying to hang on to the 4J machine and get 3 in a row for the Papich Construction 2025 track champion with the mini stocks. One way off the pace down the back straightaway. That's the 52 of Kelly Turner. Kelly Turner, first time she's been behind the wheel of that mini stock. Justin Jackson finds a way around the bottom side. But Chris Gilbertson still leading them into turns 1 and 2. The O2 machine has the 1K off the pace down the back straightaway. Levi Burgett down to the inside of turn number 2. Working off a turn at number 2 is the 4J of Jackson, but out front is still the O2 of Chris Gilbertson and the 43 of Levi Burgett. Right now, the lead about straight away for the O2 machine, Chris Gilbertson. Chris Gilbertson looking for his first win of the 2026 season here on the ad race. The addition to the O2 and the Creations Coastal Mini Stocks here to the Santa Maria Speedway. The O2 of Chris Gilbertson, the 43 of Levi Burgett. Sitting in the number 3 spot is the 4J of Justin Jackson. The O2X is sitting 4th of Elijah Ray. 5th, the 44 of Trammell. Then you pick up the 1K of Michael Lyon. Levi Burgett trying to run down the O2 of Chris Gilbertson once again. As we're having a couple issues with the electronic timing and scoring, so we're just without a scoreboard for now. But the O2 of Chris Gilbertson is your leader down the front straightaway into turn number 2, getting by a gaggle of lap cars. Levi Burgett is stuck behind those lap cars as they go into turns 1 and 2. They're 3 wide in front of Burgett. Burgett's going to have to make a move. He does, makes it 4 wide off of 2. Side by side with the 69 machine down into turns 3 and 4 with Scott Turner. Chris Gilbertson. Gilbertson trying to get by Justin Trammell in the 44 machine as they work off the bottom of turn at number 2. Off 2 down the back straightaway. Justin Jackson is sitting in the number 3 spot, I do believe. Carson Jackson off the pace on the inside of turn number 2. We'll see if the caution flag will fly as we're showing him halfway there. 10 down, 10 to go. Jackson off the pace, caution flag will fly. Caution out for the 7J of Justin Jackson. So Carson Jackson, the 18-year-old out of the AG Arroyo Grande, is getting pushed down to the infield to turns 3 and 4. The work area here at the Santa Maria Speedway. I don't believe there's any work to be done on that machine as he was coming to a halt in turn number 2. He's been fighting some gremlins underneath the hood of the 4J for Justin. But out front, the 0-2, Chris Gilbertson, battling through adversity and some of the weather here. But with the cars racing around the track at speed, they are able to keep the moisture actually pumping back into the racetrack, keeping the surface nice and tacky. So it's going to be a prime time surface as we get to the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car portion of the Doug Fort Memorial. So Levi Burgett in the 43 machine will be in the number 2 spot. It's got to be side by side behind Chris Gilbertson in the Delaware-style restart, halfway there. 10 laps down, 10 laps remaining. Gilbertson, row number 2, Justin Jackson's on the outside of Levi Burgett. Cody Trammell's on the inside of the 69 machine of Scott Turner. Then you got the O and the 143D of Dick Stevens. Green flag is in the air. Can Justin Jackson take advantage of the caution, put himself in contention to go 3 in a row, a three-peat for the 4J machine? Here comes Chris Gilbertson in the 02X machine, trying to maintain that lead. Now it's 11 laps down, 9 laps remain at the line. Gilbertson, Burgett, Jackson. That is your top 3. Working off a 2 down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Levi Burgett and Chris Gilbertson 1 and 2. 3-car battle down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Here they work off of turn number 4. Levi Burgett has Chris Gilbertson and the 4J of Justin Jackson side by side as they work 3 wide. Will Gilbertson get to the outside? Here comes Justin Jackson. Justin Jackson rubbing a little tire right there with the 43 of Levi Burgett. Burgett flying the true colors proud off of turn number 4, but here comes Gilbertson. Gilbertson right around the outside trying to get that to stick. Levi Burgett trying to hold him off. There's a lap car right in front of them. They got to split him down the back straightaway. They're going to run out of room. Splitsville going into turn number 3. Burgett on the bottom side. Chris Gilbertson gets a little bit tight, gets into the fluff off of turn number 4. He's going to float up the hill. Here comes Justin Jackson once again. Jackson's going to pull a little slider into turns 1 and 2. Working off a turn at number 2 down the back straightaway. Burgett now has your 2025 champion and current point championship leader all over his tail side as he wants to go 3 in a row. But Jackson slips up off of turn number 4. Another lap car right in front of your leaders. They make contact going into 1 and 2. That's Dustin Harrington in the 8 machine. He's flipped around going the wrong way. He's got it stalled out. We're going to have to bring out the caution once again. And we got 5 to go. 4 laps remaining. 16 down for the Mini Stock A feature. So we're just confirming with timing and scoring. Make sure we have everybody in the correct starting positions. Looks like we have Chris Gilbertson, the 02 machine out front. Levi Burgett on the inside of row number 2, putting Justin Jackson to his outside. Then it looks like the 02X of Elijah Ray out of Malott, Washington. So we'll make sure that is correct going forward. We have 4 laps remaining. We do know that as a fact. So we're going to head to the red flag conditions as of right now. We have a medical needs in our pit area, so we're going to have to get our fire and safety team to the pit area for right now, ladies and gentlemen. So just letting you know what's going on. That's why we have the red flags going, and we're going to be stopping the cars on track to get our medical attention to where it needs to be in the pit area. So that is what we are doing for right now. 4 laps are remaining in the Mini Stock A main event here at the Doug Fort Memorial. And it looks like our traction additive has stopped for the moment. So officially, Levi Burgett in that 43 machine. We went back and checked it out on Flow Racing and John Kenny Live. So we've got Burgett. We'll start in the number 1 spot. Then the 4J of Justin Jackson, the 02 of Chris Gilbertson. The 02X, that'll be Elijah Ray starting 4th once we go back to the green flag. So taking a medical break for right now, ladies and gentlemen. So you can see it looks like needing a break is the 1143D of Dick Stevens. Getting a little warm down there. So he's going to pull it down to the infield. Might have to call it a night for Dick Stevens. That'll leave us with 8 for 4 more laps for the mini stock feature. Looks like we are ready to go. We're going to go green flag racing next time off of turn number 4. And don't worry, guys. Hang on to those 50-50 tickets. We will be doing them right before the A main event for the USAC 410 Sprint Cars. So right before the feature, we'll call your 50-50. Taking shape. We got 4 laps remaining. Can Levi Burgett hold off the hard Chargers? Green flags in the air. Burgett's able to hold off Chris Gilbertson and the 4J of Justin Jackson for now. Jackson working off a turn at number 4. Trying to run down the 0-2 of Chris Gilbertson. Levi Burgett in the number 1 spot. Gilbertson, he wants to get the first win of his 2026 season. He's got a lot of speed, but Burgett is hanging tough down on the bottom side, coming off a turn number 4. 2 laps remaining. We'll get the white flag next time by for the 43 of Levi Burgett. He's missing his marks just a little bit as the 0-2 of Chris Gilbertson. Gilbertson off the 2 down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Justin Jackson side by side with Gilbertson. He's going to send it off, get all kinds of cross up into 3 and 4. White flag in the air one more time around for Levi Burgett. Burgett right down to the bottom side into turns 1 and 2. Justin Jackson's going to try to mount a late race charge. We're running out of time, but we got lap traffic. Will it become a factor down the back straightaway? They're into turn number 3 and 4. Burgett will get by the 1K machine. Off of turn number 4, the checkered flag will fly. Who's it going to be at the line? It looked like Levi Burgett's. Officially, Levi Burgett will pick up the win by 0.25.0. Levi Burgett picks up the Doug Fort Memorial. 0.038 seconds officially. Levi Burgett picks up the win. Levi Burgett picks up the victory here tonight at the Doug Fort Memorial in the mini stock division. We'll get down and get a quick word, and I've got the 50-50 tickets in hand. Levi Burgett will pick your 50-50 drawing. I didn't quite get the word, but there's a lot of tickets in here, so I know we're going to have a decent payday. And to make it official, they're coming across the scales down in the infield. The green light comes on. It is official. Justin Jackson in the 4J machine. Coming home second by 0.038 seconds. Here comes the 43 Levi Burgett. It's green. It's official. He'll come down to victory lane. Flying the red, white, and blue for America's 250th birthday. Levi. It's the 43. Levi's going to get up and out. Coming out, Levi Burgett picks up the Doug Fort Memorial here tonight. Levi, fantastic job, buddy, man. You guys were nose to nose. It looked like, by a nose, by the eye. It could have been by transponder placement by 0.038 seconds. You got the victory here and pick up the beautiful hardware courtesy of Brand Creative here tonight.
Man, I just want to thank everybody. And I've never got a win here on the Doug Fort, so I've been needing this one.
Yeah, this is a great run. You see we got our last main event coming out, so real quick, so the weather holds out. Who do you got to thank on the 43 to put you in victory lane and help you fly the red, white, and blue here tonight?
I mean, I got to thank America and Santa Maria Speedway, and everybody that showed up, man. I just can't thank everybody.
That's Levi. Forget it. One quick thing. You're going to make somebody real happy here tonight. You're going to pull the 50-50 winner here. It is a red ticket, guys. Red ticket. 5-9-1-4. 369. 369. Red ticket 369. 50-50 winner. Make sure you go see Alex at the beer booth. See Alex at the beer booth. 369. Red ticket winner. And just like that, we're going to set the stage for our USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car 30-lap feature. Once again, tonight's 50-50 winner, red ticket 591 4369 4369, red ticket number. Make your way up to the beer booth. Collect your winnings for tonight's 50-50. Let's check out the lineup for the USAC CRA 410 Sprint Car A main event. Brecken Guerrero from Westminster, California. He'll be on the point for the 30-lap feature. It was outside the 17X of Cole Wakeham. Inside of row number 2, starting third on the field, the 29T of Ryan Timmons out of Pleasant Hill, California. To his outside, out of Templeton, the 3 of Caleb Montgomery. Inside of row number 3, it's the number 97 machine of Connor Lundy out of Peoria, Arizona. To his outside, your current point championship leader, the number 1P of R.J. Johnson. Inside of row number 4, out of Yorba Linda, California. He went for a big ride earlier in the night in the 17W. It's the big game hunter, Austin Williams. And to his outside, out of Lakeside, the 3X of Grant Sexton. Starting ninth on the inside of row number 5, it's Brandon Wiley out of Santa Maria, California, and the 33B machine to his outside. The 21P of the Flying Pineapple out of Hilo, Hawaii. It is Dalen Herrera. Starting 11th in the 44 out of Lakeside, California, the 44 machine of Brent Sexton. And to his outside, he calls Lamita home. That is the 98 of Vern Sweeney. Mark Henry, the number 39 machine, Cammy Bell in the 29 seat, Jeff Dyer in the 39, and Brian Whitley in the 22 machine. 16 cars to do battle as we got one round off turn number 2. Doug Fort Memorial set to do battle, and we'll try to do it one more time. Brecken Guerrero and Cole Wakeham, your front row. So Guerrero getting it wrong over there, coming to a halt. He was on the front row, started on the point. Gets it wrong, and he'll have to tag the tail end of the field, going first to worst, just like that, in a corner and a half, if you will. So the point standing so far, R.J. Johnson in the number 1 spot. Austin Williams sitting second in the points championship series. Ricky Lewis not in attendance here tonight. It's officially sitting third over Vern Sweeney, Brecken Guerrero, and Connor Lundy. So as of right now, R.J. Johnson seems like the car to beat with 100-plus point advantage coming into the points series race here tonight at the Santa Maria Series. This is point race number 14 for the USAC CRA Avanti Windows and Doors Sprint Cars. A lot of stuff going on for the Doug Fort Memorial. We had Western States Midgets. We've got USAC CRA 410 Sprint Cars. We had California Lightning Sprints mini stocks that you just saw. We're ready to lock horns for 30 more revolutions around the Speedway. Side by side, we got a new leader. It's the 2019 of Ryan Timmons. Green flag in the air. Timmons going to lead him into turns 1 and 2. Austin, make it Cole Wakeham. He's going to take that advantage down the back straightaway. Shot out of a cannon as they go side by side in 3 and 4. Wakeham was a little bit tight, but able to get the 17-inch rotated. He'll lead lap number 1 officially. Ryan Timmons P2, Connor Lundy in the number 3 spot. Caleb Montgomery, R.J. Johnson rounding out that top 5. Montgomery, most recent winner at the Santa Maria Speedway with the series. Goes right down to the bottom in the turns 1 and 2. Off of turn number 2 down the back straight. We got one off the pace. It's big game hunter Austin Williams. Austin Williams off the pace into turn number 3. Something squirrely for the big game hunter. He's off the pace. Looks like he's going to have to bring out the yellow flag for Austin Williams. Caution flag will fly. Caution will fly for the 17W machine. Back in the heat race number 2 tonight. Went for a big ride. Glad to see that he was out of the vehicle A-OK. Taking a peek at the front suspension for the 17 of the big game hunter, Austin Williams. Can't help but think they may not have gotten something completely secured after making the repairs to the 17W. You can see them working on the drag link area of that car on the left front. We'll see if they can make the necessary repairs. No change out front, though. Cole Wakeham, the inland rigging. Number 17 X Machine, Connor Lundy, the number 2 spot. Caleb Montgomery, Ryan Timmons, R.J. Johnson. Dalen Pereira, Grant Sexton, Brent Sexton, and Mark Henry. Jeff Dyer rounding out your top 10. Approximately 20 more seconds on the clock. Guaranteed 1 minute of work time after they are in their correct starting positions. So, showing them one to go this time by. Just like that, we're ready to lock horns and do it again. Cole Wakeham. See if he can pick up a victory. Main event back underway here at Santa Maria Speedway. Big time wheel stand from the 97 machine to Connor Lundy. Lundy sending it. Here comes Lundy to the inside. Dual wheel stands down the back straightaway. Caleb Montgomery looking for the 2-for-1 special. They guys were doing wheel stands for the cameras, but here comes Montgomery. He wants to get that check here tonight, get back-to-back victories at the Santa Maria Speedway out of Templeton, California. Here comes Caleb Montgomery. Montgomery's working a high side. Lundy's down on the bottom side. They're going to work off turn number 4. It's going to go to the 3 machine, this time by at the line. 6 laps in. Caleb Montgomery goes to the top spot. It's going to set sail. Montgomery family die. David Motorsports, Woodland Auto Display, ABI Engineering's number 3 machine for Caleb Montgomery to the top spot. The 97 of Lundy in the number 2 spot. Cole Wakeham, Ryan Timmons rounding out your top 4. Lundy gets the car a little bit upset coming off a turn at number 2. Side by side for 3rd. Ryan Timmons on the inside. Timmons Auto Supply. Number 29 T trying to set sails. Battle with the 17 of Wakeham. Timmons wheel stand all the way down the back straightaway. Sets it down into turn number 3. Traction City here at the Santa Maria Speedway. Loving it. Out front is Caleb Montgomery. 10 laps in the books, 20 laps left to go. Montgomery getting around some lap traffic, but now he's got pressure. That's battle for the top spot now. The back straightaway to turn number 3. Connor Lundy keeping Montgomery honest, able to keep up with them. Lundy gets a little bit tight off of turn number 4. Swings it into the bottom side of turns 1 and 2. Montgomery gets a little bit smoother. Lundy might have the speed, but right now the consistency going to the 3 machine that did CRA entry. Caleb Montgomery. Right now the advantage is .723 officially the last time by. We'll see what it is this time. Had a 14.4 to a 14.3 from Lundy. Lundy knocks 0.2 of a second off that last time by as well. Lundy putting that left front tire up on the berm in the infield, trying to load up that right rear tire, but no need to load it up with all the traction that's on the track. Bit of a bobble once again from Montgomery, and here comes Lundy. Lundy back to the inside of the number 97 machine as they get through lap traffic and work off of turn number 4. Lundy almost making contact with the 98 Bs. We got one around. Caution flag will fly. Car coming to a halt off of turn number 4. See if we can get the number on that machine. Lundy doing a fantastic job out of Peoria, Arizona. Currently in the 6th in the point standing. That's a Mopar power plant underneath the hood of the number 97 machine. It's the Matt Lundy Apache Transport Hugo Superfoods RJR suspension entry. Once again out of Arizona, Peoria. Cole Wakeham on the 17X machine sitting P3. RJ Johnson still sitting 4th. The Pineapple, Dalen Pereira, and 21P rounding out your top 5. Then you pick up Ryan Timmons, Grant Sexton, Brent Sexton, Mark Henry, Jeff Dyer, your top 10. So it looks like our lineup is good. No work being performed in the work area. That is Mark Henry, the 39 entry. Coming to a halt over there in turn number 4. Henry was currently running in the 9th position at the time of the caution. So that'll drop him back a handful of positions. As the lights are out, we're going green off of turn number 4 again. Got a great battle on our hands for that top spot. Caleb Montgomery trying to hold off the 97 of Connor Lundy. Still a lot of laps left in this one. 17 to go as we come to the green flag off of turn number 4. Great restart for Caleb Montgomery. Big time on the bike into turns 1 and 2 goes Lundy. He sets all 4 tires back on the racing surface and tries to run down the 3 of Montgomery. He gets biked up into turns 3 and 4. Try to stay on the loud pedal, keep those tires rotating so they can work through that traction. Lundy able to do a better job in turns 1 and 2. Now Montgomery goes back top shelf into 3 and 4. Keep the candle lit and wound up. Back down to the bottom side here in turns 1 and 2. Lundy sitting P2, Wakeham still 3rd, and RJ Johnson rounding out your top 4 in the 1P machine. Running 5th is the 21P of Dalen Pereira. Best battle on the track goes for that top spot. Extreme bottom side, that is Lundy. Caleb Montgomery keeping the Woodland Auto Supply number 3 machine out front for now, but here comes Lundy taking the dive bomb to the inside, gets 2 tires up on the inside berm. Big time wheel stand off a turn at number 4 for Lundy. Lundy trying to go through the truck compound in turns 1 and 2. Lundy, you see him set that car, gets hooked up and just launches down the front straightaway. Gets up to Montgomery, but Montgomery has a little bit better center off speed as they run up to the 29C of Cammy Bell. Cammy Bell in the quick time, quick change, liquid energy. Woodland Autos plate number 3 for Montgomery. 10 to go, make it 9 this time by at the line. Connor Lundy, second. Cole Wakeham, R.J. Johnson, Dylan Pereira, Ryan Timmons, Grant Sexton, Brent Sexton, Jeff Dyer, and Brecken Guerrero rounding out your top 10 as we're in lap traffic. Your leader working it off a turn at number 4. Hit by Guerrero. Now Mark Henry in the 39 machine. Sparks flying off the road is for the 39 machine. Now one lap car between your top 2. Here comes Lundy trying to get by Henry. He will do so off of turn number 4. Vern Sweeney now getting lapped by the 3 of Caleb Montgomery. It'll be 6 to go at the line. Caleb Montgomery off of turn number 4. Down the front straightaway, sets it back right down to the bottom side of turns 1 and 2. No pressure as of right now from Lundy. Lundy is free and clear to try to run down Montgomery as they get closer to our next victim to go a lap down the 44 of Sexton. Sexton and Jeff Dyer out in front of your leader with 5 to go. They're running up on Cammy Bell once again, coming off a turn at number 4. Here comes Lundy. Lundy making up a bunch of room. Back to the inside. They're going to be side by side off of turn number 2. The pick from the 39 as they go into turns 3 and 4. Lundy now takes a pick back down to the inside. He's going to run out of space. He's going to be a lot faster than the 39 machine. He'll have to switch lanes. Now he goes high into turns 1 and 2. Not in the preferred line for the 97 of Connor Lundy. Still trying to get by the 39 machine of Jeff Dyer. Jeff Dyer was victorious in the California Lightning Sprint Car. Now he's out here in the 39 USAC 410 Sprint Car. That put a lot of time into the back pocket for Caleb Montgomery, coming to the white flag this time by Caleb Montgomery. 4 corners away from going back-to-back at Santa Maria Speedway. He gets a little bit of a bobble in turns 1 and 2, but Lundy is too far back. They're working down the back straightaway to turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Caleb Montgomery victorious at the Santa Maria Speedway, the Doug Fort Memorial. Connor Lundy comes home second. Cole Wakeham third. R.J. Johnson, Dalen Pereira, Ryan Timmons, Grant Sexton, Jeff Dyer, Brent Sexton, Brecken Guerrero rounds out your top 10. Going back-to-back Santa Maria, California, it is Caleb Montgomery. This is going to be one very happy man indeed. Going back-to-back here at the Santa Maria Speedway. He's down here in Victory Lane. Hard-fought battle for the Doug Fort Memorial. Puts the David Cry Woodland Auto Supply number 3 machine in Victory Lane once again. Helmet is off. Safety equipment coming off. He'll be able to hear you in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Putting on a show here tonight on a hooked-up smooth Santa Maria Speedway. Sprint car racing action at its finest. The belts are off. He's going to be huffing and puffing. He was hanging on, cowboyed up all night long, and he can hear you now. Give it up for Caleb Montgomery. Caleb did a fantastic job getting the beautiful trophy of the 250th anniversary of this great country, the Doug Fort Memorial. He'll get the neckband from USAC to make it official. He'll get the hardware, and he does it yet again. He calls his track home. He's out of Templeton, California. Caleb, man, fantastic job going back to back here at your home tracks. Man, that's amazing stuff right here. It's the stuff that dreams are made of. You can hear Doug Fort all through your life growing up, being just right down the road and pick up the victory. You know, in his name, his honor's got to feel fantastic.
Yeah, that's really cool. And the track was definitely in his honor tonight. It was rough and hooked up. And I knew that in the beginning stages of that race, it was time to just get the lead. And I was just pacing those guys, watching them, trying to figure out what they were doing. And when I got to the lead, it was just, all right, hunk it down on the bottom. And if you want it, you can go around the outside like I went around you. But it's tricky up there, so have fun up there. And I know how sketchy and how hard I had to work to get around you guys to pound the top like that. So if you wanted it, was available to you. But yeah, you never tried. So, but that was really cool. Connor did a great job, and we were just really good. I just locked it down on the bottom and decided not to move. And it's just how you got to win some of these. Sometimes you just got to think smarter, not harder. And none of it would be possible without David and the Woodlands and all those guys. And it's cool to start up in the front of one of these and win from the front. We've been coming from the back a lot, and you know, it makes it a lot more fun whenever you're coming from the back of these. But winning them still feels really good. And yeah, I mean, start me up in the front in these, and good luck.
Caleb Montgomery did a fantastic job here tonight. Talk about that race between you and Lundy. You know, Lundy was right there. Did you see in that whole race? I mean, he was right there, hot on your heels. He made a fantastic race. You guys ran clean all race long, but real tight race between the two of you.
Yeah, he ran a phenomenal race. I saw him every step of the way, but like I said, you know, it's those situations. I'm going to hunk it down on the bottom, and I went around you guys on the top, so now it's your turn. And the lane was available, but I was making it really difficult. I was floating it really high on the straightaways and just trying to make his job as hard as possible. But the lane was there. All you had to do was rip it one corner.
All right, real quick, one more time. Who you got to thank on the 3 machine? I know you got David, you got Woodland Auto Supply, you got a couple of other people to thank to put you in victory lane here tonight.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do this without Gonzo mufflers. Those guys provide some amazing mufflers, and I ran these 4 times, and we got 3 victories. So really pumped to have those guys. They sent me something, and I was like, dude, heck yeah, I'd love to run it. And I've been meaning to call them, but of course, Hoosier Tires, they make the best tires. I got to thank them. Rod End Supply, Modi, Kevin. He's phenomenal. None of this would be possible without him. Maxima Racing Oils, they provide amazing stuff. And just everyone else involved, my mom, my dad, my girlfriend, just everyone that makes this race car possible, and Eddie for coming out. We're going to have some fun at In-N-Out on Tuesday.
There it is right there. Real quick, look at all these fans that still stuck it out through all the rain, through everything. Man, this is what it's all about. Race fans are, man, this is Caleb Montgomery. This is your guys' guy. If you're not following him on social media, make sure you check him out. Instagram, Facebook, all those things, man. Just great follow.
Yeah, if you don't follow it, then that's okay, but just come and hang out at the trailer and let's have a beer. It's the 4th of July. It's America's 250. Let's go.
There it is. That's Caleb Montgomery coming home in the number 1 spot. Connor Lundy coming home second. And the Hugo Super Force, number 97. Did you think you had it right there, man? You guys were battling so hard, man. That was a nice, tight fought battle. He was on the bike. You were on the bike. You guys are just pushing so hard, trying to get the victory here tonight.
Oh, that was a hard race. You know, Caleb did a really good job, and he drove around us when we were had no speed. So he did a really good job there, and then he ran a really good race. But yeah, this track was very juiced up, and I had a really good car as well. So I think it was a fight whoever could bike up the least and not mess up all the momentum. So no, we did a really good job, and I can't really thank everyone enough that helps me out. My dad, RJ, Jerry, Phil, like I said, people Avanti, Apache Transport. It's a big team. It's a big team effort, and everyone contributes a lot, and I can't thank everybody enough.
There it is right there. Connor Lundy coming home in the number 2 spot. Congratulations. Coming home third, Cole Wakeham. Wakeham in the 17X machine, man. Fantastic. We're up with the Inland Rigging Supply in the top 3 here tonight. Hard-fought battle. You know, it was kind of elbows up, cowboy up, and hang on for it.
Yeah, you know, it was a wild race. You know, the track was pretty hammered down, you know, cowboy up, and I about blew my front shocks out on the back straightaway doing a wheelie. So, you know, it was all in all, I'm just glad we rolled in the trailer. I just can't thank Inland Rigging and Christy and Tommy Dunkel enough, you know, for letting me come out and drive this awesome car. I mean, it was such a fun race. You know, I wish we could have been 2 spots better, but hey, next time, you know. I just got to thank everybody on the car, you know. Woodland Auto Display, Max Oil Products, obviously Inland Rigging, and everybody that helps out, you know, Jimmy, Charlie, JFM, you know. Aiden is huge help, you know, and Ryan Bernal for giving me some tips over the phone tonight, you know. I can't thank him enough. It was just, I'm super blessed to come out here and have my family and my dad who's such a big help, and I'm just blessed by God to be able to do this, and I can't thank everyone enough. So thank you all fans for coming out and sitting through the rain. I know it was a crazy one, but I hope it was a good show.
There it is right there. Cole Wakeham coming home in the number 3 spot in the Pineapple. Rounding out your top 4, man, all the way from Hilo, Hawaii, man. Fantastic job, man. That was a great run. So Pereira's, am I saying that right?
Yep, that's correct.
So, man, so talk about it. So you're from Hawaii. You guys fly over here. Are you guys currently living in the States now or in the inland?
So I'm in the States now. I live in Arizona. Way more racing here than Hawaii. So we're out here enjoying ourselves and trying to do a little bit of traveling this year.
So this is this your first top 4 of the season so far?
I think so with the CRA. Yeah. So we've been doing better and better, and we love the smaller tracks. So we only have a little 360, and we keep up on a small track.
So this was kind of hooked up. It's probably a little out of your realm with the hooked up. Then the high traction and the big power plant was probably the ticket here tonight. So who do you got to thank on the 21P who put you in the top 4 here tonight on the Tech Pad?
Well, I got to thank JP1 Racing, Kalinoy Bros Racing, Southwest Building Solutions, JG Ponton Racing, Avast Machine Works, SMT Wheels, and I got to thank my friend Brian. He couldn't make it here today, so he's out there watching.
There it is. That's Pereira, the Pineapple, coming home in the number 4 spot. That's going to do it for us, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Santa Maria Speedway. We'll see you next week right here at the Santa Maria Speedway.